Yeah, we have done that. We have done bathroom break, but that's never,
That's everything I asked for.
that's kind of like, you know, that goes hand in hand with a drink break, I guess.
break.
No, I go into the office now.
Every day.
No, Monday through Wednesday.
I'm kind of manning two things because
Yeah, I like it. Keeps me engaged. That corner up there, Mayor.
It's a little fast.
Yeah, I'm always looking at that corner. Hey, at 6 o'clock.
There it is.
Hey, everybody, I got 6 o'clock. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And roll call, please.
Rovinsky,
Here.
Stevens,
Here.
Pappenfort, Martin,
Here.
Schreiner,
Here.
Fontana,
Here.
Mayor Critelli.
Here.
A quorum is present.
Right. And up next, we have amendments to agenda, and I had a request from City Attorney
Yes, thank
to
you,
speak
Mayor.
to that.
I appreciate that. Our office is requesting a motion from you all to table indefinitely the following two items on tonight's agenda, and that would be Ordinance 2026-11, current agenda item number 3 regarding administration and personnel to add removal and sanction procedures, and then Resolution 2026-12, current agenda item number 7, amending the City Council handbook to include decorum removal and sanctions policy. Our office inadvertently made a researching and drafting error in the ordinance, and we want to take time to fix it. The motion to table indefinitely allows us to have the updated ordinance appear fresh on first reading sometime in the near future. And then as for the resolution to amend the handbook, we thought it was best to request that both items be pulled and returned to a future item, which will be in the next month or so. This is to ensure that both the ordinance and handbook mirror each other in light of any changes we might find to be necessary. We apologize for this inconvenience. We pride ourselves on the quality of our work and being able to keep up with the pace of the packet requests. However, in this instance, the assignment got ahead of us. We missed some things and proved that even lawyers are human. Both items will be placed on an upcoming agenda when they're ready to go, and then once we have triple checked for accuracy and consistency. So to restate, we're requesting one motion to table indefinitely current agenda item number 3, Ordinance 2026-11, and current agenda item number 7, Resolution 2026-12.
Mr. Mayor, I move to indefinitely table agenda item 3 and 7.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion from Councilmember Pappenfort, seconded, I think, by Councilmember Martin. It was like a close tie, to indefinitely table items 3 and 7 on the agenda. Any further discussion?
Pappenfort,
Yes.
Schreiner,
Yes.
Rovinsky,
Yes.
Martin,
Yes.
Stevens,
Yes.
Fontana.
Yes.
Motion passed.
And we move on to the consent agenda. Any questions, comments on the minutes and the agenda from last meeting?
Mr. Mayor, I move to combine and approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Martin, seconded by Councilmember Fontana, and that is to combine and approve the items on the consent agenda. Any further discussion?
Fontana,
Yes.
Pappenfort,
Yes.
Martin,
Yes.
Stevens,
Yes.
Schreiner,
Yes.
Rovinsky.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Right. Up next, we have citizen comment. This is an opportunity for the city council to hear from our community. The public will be limited to 3 minutes each during citizens' comments. The city council may not respond to your comment at this portion of it. We can respond at our reports at the end of the meeting. But we also will take your comments and suggestions under advisement, and your questions will be directed to the appropriate department for follow-up. If necessary, the city administrator will correct for the public record. Also, when you come up to the podium, just state your name. You don't have to state your address, just for privacy. And it's a thing that we're trying to avoid where somebody says something and then somebody wants to speak to the thing that was spoken, and then it becomes like a kind of very long conversational citizen comment. So if you do have something that you want to say, like, it's the sign up right now. So if it's like really burning, okay. Oh, yeah, there we go. I knew it. I knew there'd be one. Can I get your name and I'll put it down?
Oh, well, and I was just wondering, can we send in written comments?
Oh, yeah, and we love that. Written comments, and everybody on council gets it and can mull it over ahead of time, for sure. Definitely. Okay, here we go. Lachey Peterson.
Hello, friends and neighbors. My name is Lachey Peterson. I'm here to just bring some awareness to council about how the community feels about the goings-on at Vanderveer currently, and also our concerns about what is to happen in the future. I understand that construction is happening and temporary closures are going to be part of the deal while infrastructure is being built. However, I think the recent policing and handing out tickets for dog walking is absolutely absurd and not really what our community needs. I think we're experiencing enough on a federal level and in our own homes financially that, like, being able to just walk your dog and not feel like you're gonna have someone chasing you down is really important. So I think things that could happen right away, or to consider happen right away, is to stop that policing from happening. I feel like it's a waste of our resources and it's just really not making our community feel safe. And then I'm here to open the conversation to talk about concerns about the future. I think our community really values that as an open space. As an off-leash open space, to be very specific. I think it's important to not only for our community enrichment, but not just for our people, but also for our animals. And it's a very beautiful and important place to many of us. As you can hear in my voice, I'm like getting emotional about it. I've literally stood at the top looking down and wept, and I thought I was the only one until somebody else told me the same story. And so I just want to start the conversation about how can we make this an official off-leash open space long-term. And if I know that all of us, from a government level to city level to each of us in our homes financially, it's like, ugh, but I don't want financial reasons to be the reason why we get a no, because I think it's important to us as a community that we can come together and come up with money to help. I mean, I've been donating $5 a month to PBS for 20 years, right? So, and they just take it out of my account. So if we can get our community like, hey guys, you want to donate $1 a month, $5 a month to help us like keep the park clean, clean up the poop, whatever it may be. I just think it's important for us to start this conversation now before we have residents and developers in there who have opinions as well, because it's just very important to our community to have this space and to preserve it and for its future to be preserved in this way. Thank you.
Deborah Stein, or Steen.
Good evening. This is a continuation, but this is my experience. On March the 3rd of this year, I, Deborah Stein, was walking my dog in the open space at Vanderveer behind Hampton Hotel when I was approached from behind by a man that kept calling me, "Ma'am, ma'am." I did not know this person and kept walking as I was attempting to arrive at the nearest facilities at McDonald's before I possibly had an accident. That's where my mind was at. I proceeded to continue to walk until finally took a moment to turn my head and see a man in a uniform. I never had seen this uniform before and thought this uniform looked like a private security officer, maybe from the dealership or hotel. So I just continued on my way as my main goal was to reach the facilities at McDonald's. I finally stopped for just a moment and asked him what he wanted, and he mumbled something about my dog not being on a leash. I was approaching my way out of the open area, so I said, okay, then proceeded to McDonald's. He became angry with me at this point, as I did not stop and converse with him, but instead moved away from him. He then identified himself as a community service person, but I've never seen this uniform. He then escalated and proceeded to tell me that he was going to call the police if I did not stop. And I thought to myself, what for? He then called on his phone, and by the time I reached McDonald's, a peace officer did arrive, and we met. And with panic in my eyes, I told her I would be happy to talk to her after I used the restroom and ask if she could please hold my ball thrower and stay with my dog until I used the facility. And her reply was, no, we can't do that. So I dropped my ball thrower and left my dog there as it was an emergency to me. When I came out, she and the community service person had been talking, it seemed, and she then approached me and without hearing even my side of the story, said, I'm going to have to write you up for obstructing a peace officer. Which peace officer? Her? She was the only peace officer there, and I had nothing to say as I did nothing wrong. She also said in a threatening way, I could take you to jail, but I'm not in the habit of throwing little old ladies in jail. I then replied in shock, excuse me? What did you just say? To me, that is so disrespectful and hurtful to say to an elder of our community from an officer who demands the very same respect from me. I thought I had dropped
Deborah,
into the twilight zone.
Mrs. Stein, I'm sorry. I forgot even to mention, if you're new here, that we hold to like a 3-minute limit. But I would like, if I see that you printed that out, you could send that to council and we can read the whole story because it looks like it's many pages.
No, it's just 3. I was almost done.
Okay, well, now, sorry again, but yeah, we just to keep, for fairness sake, we keep it to 3 minutes per person, so.
I see. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard Markovich.
Good evening, Mayor and council folks. My name is Richard Markovich. I'm here in support of the potential to make Vanderveer an off-leash dog park, and would like to respectfully request that the council put that on an agenda in the future so that you can advertise that and see the support that we have in the community for such a thing. Vanderveer, my wife and I have a dog, golden retriever. His name's Elmo, and Elmo's happy place is Vanderveer, and it's my happy place too. And I just wanted to show respect and thank you all for, doing a thoughtful development there. I understand these things. I've worked in development all my life. So, it's something where the city needs the revenue from it, and that benefits the community. We just like to ask that you consider that and put that on a future agenda. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We got Susan McColland? Causland? Sorry, I butchered it, I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm used to it. It's all kinds of variations. My name's Susan McCausland. I'm here to speak on behalf of Vanderveer also. I think the town is really underestimating the value of that open space and the number of people that enjoy walking their dogs there and the dogs playing. It's usually 99% a peaceful existence. The dogs are off leash and happy. There's the river, there's migrating birds. It's just a beautiful spot, and it seems a shame to lose that. I also think that there's a lot of people in town who are not able to go hike on Tenderfoot or Methodist Mountain like I am, or to go up high into the mountains. There's a lot of elderly people that like to walk at Vanderveer with their dogs off leash, and they're able to easily walk in that area. It's nice and flat. It's just a beautiful spot. And I think we just want to see that part of it preserved. Understand that there's construction well underway on the development, but there's open space, dog parks, in almost every mountain town and large city in Colorado that are not fenced in. And we seem to be one of the few that do not have that. So I'd like it to be put into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Sue Berger. Sue Berger. Oh, there she is.
Hi, good evening. My name is Sue Berger, and I'm going to just reiterate what everyone has said here with a little more to add to it, that many cities around our country, I've never been to New York because it's a big city. But if I did, the park is such a sanctuary in amongst all of these buildings. And whether or not the dogs are included, which I adore and don't have anymore, but to have a space where people can just walk as well as animals. We haven't really, Susan included the migratory birds, but there's other animals that also enjoy that as their home. And since I've lived here since 2013, and then there was kind of a stray on development. I lived here in 2008 for a moment, and then 2020 happened, and it seemed like there was a lot of development that happened. And the development that happened for low-income housing seems to be more in the vision of someone who designs jail cells, in my perspective and opinion. So to have kept something so natural would be very much appreciated that you consider. Thank you.
Ken Matthews.
Good evening. I'm Ken Matthews. I am the board chair for the Chafee Housing Trust. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on the proposed changes to the South Arc Plan Development Agreement. It is understandable that the development agreement approved a few years ago when market and economic conditions were different now merits reconsideration to be financially viable looking forward. To do so, council must consider how the project was presented initially and the prevailing attitude of the community. South Arc is possibly the most important community asset that Salida has. There was very strong constituent sentiment that it could not be squandered for development's sake. If developed, the maximum community benefit should be realized. Since affordable housing has been the #1 long-term issue over the past decade, South Arc had to include it as a primary outcome. That has not changed. What have changed are economic factors. Higher cost to build makes it difficult to install infrastructure needed for all 3 phases of development at the South Arc. Higher interest rates make it more difficult to lower income households to afford new housing to be built. What hasn't changed is the need for housing units, specifically affordable housing units. The proposed reduction of affordable homes in phase 1 from 75 units, which is 50% of the 150 in that development, to 50 units, or 33% reduction, may be a prudent move to get construction underway and stay on budget. But that loss of affordable units is not acceptable. Given the depth of the community participation in the initial planning process, it would be deceitful and disrespectful of the city to reduce the total number of affordable units. It is the recommendation of the Chafee Housing Trust that any affordable unit decreased that is realized in Phase 1 be offset by an equal increase in Phase 2 or 3. The direction given by the community at the time of the initial approval must be respected. The Phase 1 reduction may be smart in the current economic conditions of development. Deferring the requirement for housing to those 25 affordable units in Phase 1 to a later date allows for construction to begin and preserves the community's intent to achieve at least 50% affordability in the overall South Arc development. If at the time, with the experience of Phase 1 underway, council could...
And Mr. Matthews, so our 3 minutes is up. I should have saw on here, though, we do have a public hearing for this specific thing in which that'd probably be, you can even complete what you were saying there on that.
That's fine. I have a
didn't,
written copy.
I didn't notice that it was, but anyway, stick around for that discussion in particular. Do we have anybody signed up online to speak?
I have Patricia Latai.
Okay.
Let me see. I'm not sure if she wants to speak on citizen comment or.
Oh, can we ask her? Can she?
Yeah.
On dogs?
Hi, this is Patricia Latai.
Are you speaking on the South Arc?
Yes, I'd like to join in with the comments that were already expressed, please.
Dogs. Okay. That public hearing hasn't been opened yet. So.
No, oh, no. I mean, if we're talking dogs, yes. Patricia, you can add on to what's been said at citizen comment for sure.
Okay, great. Thank you. I know I have 3 minutes and I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you all. I've lived in Salida for 29 years and was recently introduced to Vanderveer with South Arc Development probably about 4 years ago. And I have to say that it met the needs of so many community members that live here and nearby in Salida. I would, as a pet care professional, I would be walking with clients, with client dogs, and having the ability to have access to a relatively, flat, non-mountainous, easily accessible area that was fairly untouched and undeveloped, which obviously has changed. And that has been a source of great concern and disappointment, because honestly, I think that what is evolving there is somewhat short-sighted. To have the ability to offer individuals of all abilities, meaning the elderly as well as, I'm a very active person and I have been through different injuries and surgeries, and it was a blessing to be able to walk on a flat, nice area, allow a dog to run with you, well-behaved dogs. I've never had an incident there in the 4 years. I visited Vanderveer probably at least 2 to 3 times a week. And I just, I know we're going to speak more on this and you'll re-examine this, but I just wanted the opportunity to share, my experience and I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia. Appreciate it. Do you want to speak to this, and then I'll just write it down because you filled out that one. All right, just state your name and I'll pop it on.
Kimberly Allison.
Yeah.
And I wasn't really prepared to speak. So just off the top of my head, my experience at Vanderveer has been really positive. If you've ever been and you bring your dogs and you meet with your friends and you gather to go on a walk, it really brings our community together. I agree with what everybody has said about it's nice that it's flat, it's nice that there's a river. Those are all really great things, but what I think is most important is when you go there and you chat with your neighbors, you meet people that you've never met, the dogs play. It's a very joyous occasion, and it really bothers me that we're finding people, charging them for what should be a joyous occasion. And that's all I really have to say.
Thank you. Was there anybody else online, or was that just?
Not with their hands raised.
Okay. All right, well then I will close citizen comment and we will move to proclamations. Celebrating April 2026 as Arab American Heritage Month. Whereas for over a century, Arab Americans have been making valuable contributions to virtually every aspect of American society in medicine, law, business, education, technology, government, military service, culture. And whereas since migrating to America, individuals of Arab descent have shared their rich culture and traditions with neighbors and friends while also setting fine examples of model citizens and public servants. And whereas they brought with them to America their resilient family values, strong work ethic, dedication to education, and diversity in faith and creed that have added strength to our great democracy. And whereas Arab Americans have also enriched our society by sharing in the entrepreneurial American spirit that makes our nation free and prosperous. And whereas the contributions of Arab Americans in the U.S. often can be neglected or defaced by misconceptions, bigotry, and anti-Arab hate in the forms of crimes and speech. And whereas Arab American issues such as civil rights abuses, harmful stereotyping, and bullying must be combated in the form of education and awareness. And whereas they join all Americans in the desire to see a peaceful and diverse society where every individual is treated equally and feels safe, and the incredible contribution and heritage of Arab Americans have helped us build a better nation. Now, therefore, the city of Salida does hereby proclaim and declare the month of April 2026 as Arab American Heritage Month in Salida, Colorado, and further encourages all Salidans to observe this month with appropriate programs, ceremonies, and activities. Right. Now we are moving on to liquor license show cause hearing on the Nine Stripes LLC DBA Arley Dale's Jug Liquor. Salida Local Liquor License Authority is here, and this is a public show cause hearing before the Salida City Council, sitting as the Salida Local Liquor Licensing Authority on an order to show cause issued March 17th, 2026 for the retail liquor store license for Nine Stripes LLC DBA Arley Dale's Liquor Jug Liquor, located on 220 North F Street, license number 03-22462, within the city of Salida. Before the hearing begins, I will outline the manner in which the hearing will be conducted and the order in which we will receive testimony. Although the authority is acting as a judge of this case, I noted for the applicant and members of the public that strict rules of evidence do not apply. Any evidence that is relevant to the matter at hand may be considered by this authority. It is then up to each member of the authority to determine the credibility and weight of all such evidence as it relates to their decision. As chair, I may limit testimony or evidence determined to be irrelevant, repetitive, or cumulative. The order of the hearing is as follows. This authority will accept the preliminary investigation reports and findings of the city clerk. The city will present evidence and witnesses prior to excusing the city's witnesses. Cross-examination shall be permitted by the licensee. The licensee may cross-examine on the evidence presented. Any party in interest may sign up to and present evidence and testimony. Before excusing witnesses, cross-examination of interested parties shall be permitted in the following order: the licensee or its representative and authority members. The licensee may offer evidence, statements, or mitigating facts in his or her defense to the authority prior to excusing the applicant's witnesses. Cross-examination shall be permitted by authority members. The city then may then also provide rebuttal evidence, if any, and the licensee is then permitted to give a closing statement of he or she is choosing. Throughout this process, the authority may ask questions. After all evidence and testimony has been received, I will close the public hearing. The authority will then begin its deliberations on this application. The authority will make a decision by motion and roll call vote. So I now open the public meeting, show cause hearing for the retail liquor store license for Nine Stripes LLC DBA Arley Dale's Jug Liquor. I invite the city clerk to provide the authority with the city's preliminary investigation reports and findings.
Thank you. You could breathe for a second. So City Council received complaints on March 5th, 2026, related to the conduct of the licensee, Chad Thornton, occurring at the Arley Dales Jug Liquor located at 220 North F Street. Upon receiving the complaints, charging the licensee with alleged violation of law and rule regulation adopted by the State Licensing Authority on March 17th, City Council issued an order to show cause and set a public hearing at its regularly scheduled meeting tonight, April 7th. The notice of the show cause hearing was in writing and served onto the licensee to the address 220 North F contained in the license. Service of the notice was done via personal delivery on March 18th, 2026.
Thank you. Now I invite Chief Johnson up to administer oath and have him begin his testimony about the complaint submitted.
Please state your full name and spell your last name.
Russell Johnson, Johnsson.
And raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, go for it.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. On 3/5/2026, I wrote a letter to you guys informing you of a situation we had down at the Jug Liquor, 220 North F Street here in Salida. The owner or operator at the time, Chad Thornton, was in an altercation with a random person that was walking down the street along F Street between Jug Liquor and the restaurant next door. During that altercation, Mr. Thornton walked up, grabbed the individual by the shirt collar and began yelling vulgarities and threatening him. The individual walked across the street and was followed, and the screaming and yelling continued. The man felt threatened. A bystander called the police. Police responded, spoke to everybody that was involved. Ultimately, Mr. Thornton was placed into custody and transported to the Chaffee County Jail. While he was being transported, continually kept yelling the vulgarities, saying that he shouldn't be arrested. All he did was call him certain things, which I won't repeat. And when at the jail, he was administered a PBT. So Mr. Thornton was in care and control of the liquor store. He was the one working there and operating it during the day. This was in the late afternoon time frame, at little after 4 o'clock. So I would consider that like afternoon. And he blew a .0192. To put that in perspective, to get a DWAI in the state of Colorado, it's a .050 to get a DWAI while driving. He was a .192 while he was operating the establishment. After seeing this incident, I began doing some more research. People began telling us stories from times they visited the Jug. We had a female who posted a review that states while in there, she was approached by a guy named Vic. We are very familiar with Vic. He's a local guy that's lived in the community forever, constantly drinks alcohol, and we deal with him on a routine basis. Vic was hanging out in the establishment. She went to go grab some alcohol out of a cooler, and he kind of got in front of her and kind of blocked her. She maneuvered around a little bit, ultimately going up and purchasing alcohol, then going to exit, where Vic then grabbed her by the waist. The owner, Chad Thornton, was working during the night, and she stated that she seemed to be the only person that was sober in the store. On another incident, a female reported similar things of being touched by the waist or on her waist by Mr. Thornton. She felt that it was inappropriate and did not want to file a report with the police, but has since made a statement to the effects of the same thing that happened the earlier night. We've also had reports of people going in to purchase alcohol and Mr. Thornton being passed out, intoxicated at leaning on the cash register and checkout stand there at the Jug. Because of all these instances, I felt it was necessary to bring this to your attention. This is not an appropriate way to operate a liquor establishment. You're in care and control of liquor. If you're passed out in the store while you're running it, anybody, any age can get in there and obtain alcohol. And I just don't think this is a good look for Salida as a community, and we shouldn't put up with that.
Thank you, Chief. Now I invite the licensee to ask any cross-examination questions of Chief.
I don't know.
Yeah, go ahead.
Did you begin with a microphone?
It's fine. I'll just slide over.
You're okay?
Yeah.
That's the first time I've heard of sexual assault allegations against me. I was wondering when that was going to come, actually.
Oh, if you could speak into the microphone too.
Is there any evidence of this other than an anonymous hearsay on the internet?
Yes, so we do not have anybody that's made a formal complaint to the police department. We've had people reach out to staff at the city. People have posted things on internet reviews. Yes, it is hearsay, but since we're in this type of a hearing, hearsay is allowed. That's why I brought it to the council's attention.
I really don't have much to say on the accusation. I brought a video in to help
Oh,
the investigation.
if you could just speak into the microphone, because we have people at home.
Video with that shows the
It's
altercation.
still, gotta
I
really
brought
get
a
it. There you
video
go.
with to explain the altercation. Will I get a chance to speak to, or is this just
Yeah,
a
you will.
cross-examination?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, this is just questions of Chief's testimony.
And what he's alleging. I just don't have any questions for him.
Okay. Okay, I then will ask the authority if they have any follow-up questions.
For Chief?
Or of what was spoken of, yeah, the testimony.
When you detained it, was he charged with something or just?
He was charged.
Okay.
Yep, he was charged with harassment. And hold on one second, I'll give you the exact. Yeah, he was charged with harassment, and he was issued a $1,000 bond per the bond schedule.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, I'll invite any other interested parties who've signed up to provide testimony. It's that little middle sheet there. If anybody did want to sign up and maybe sign the wrong thing or wasn't able to, now's your time. Is there?
Nobody?
I guess I didn't sign.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's the one to sign then, for sure. And you can, yeah. And you can provide testimony, but you also have to do the little oath.
Absolutely.
Cool. I guess, yeah, let me, I'll take it, unless somebody else wanted to sign up, I'll take it so I can just have it for the record. Thanks, appreciate that. All right, we have Jennifer Delgard, okay. Oh, yeah, and then this is
We'll
where,
have to do the oath.
yeah, this stuff.
Will you please state your first and last name and spell your last name?
Sure. My name's Jennifer Belgard Simpson. It's BELGARDE-SIMPSON.
Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Okay. I am a former employee of Arleydale's Jug Liquors. I quit in February of last year, 2025. I worked for Chad Thornton for about 2.5 months. Prior to that, I worked for Arleydale's for over 13 years. I wanted to come today to express the fact that when I quit in February, I did report to the state liquor license about Mr. Thornton's activities at the store. I was never contacted back from the state by that, but I did make a report to the state
in reference to that. At the time, I had quit and I had reported because of, I was tired of cleaning up after his drinking. Even at that time, in December, January, and February, I was coming in every morning and cleaning up empty booze bottles, beer bottles, liquor bottles. I did have on several different occasions, 3 separate women come to me and complain about inappropriateness by Mr. Thornton while they were in the store. And that is something that I did express to him at the time of my, when I did quit. I did express to him that I had had 3 women talk to me and that they had concerns about coming into the store and that they were not coming into the store anymore. So, but I did want to share that I did report to the state and that this isn't something that just, you know, out of the blue. It was something that started even then at the time, so.
Okay. Let's see, and now I invite the licensee to ask any cross-examination questions of the testimony.
You scream at me in my...
Oh, that's,
Into the microphone.
yeah, it's gotta be into the microphone, yeah, or else it doesn't.
I feel like we might.
On the day you lost your mind at the store, were you screaming at me and my girlfriend about putting the product away?
On the day you're referencing was the day that I had obviously come in. There were liquor bottles, liquor license, yes, and I did get upset and tell you I was tired of cleaning up after you. Every morning that I came in as the manager, it was not my responsibility to put away products that were taken in not on my shift, and I was not my responsibility to clean up after you. So yes, I was upset that day. I did not scream, but I did yell.
Who makes the policy on what your job is to put product away?
Policy was outlined when I was hired 13 plus years ago. And yeah, that day I was upset about products not being put away, but more than that, it was about cleaning up after you're drinking the beer bottles. It was to the point where I do have photographs of empty bottles in trash cans, empty bottles around the store, and I do have photographs of that if needed, yeah.
Appreciate that. Any further cross-examination? Okay. Does the authority have any follow-up questions?
Yes, I'm curious about
Yes.
the 3 women who complained.
I did.
You know, they felt threatened or?
They did.
Can you talk about the nature of the complaint?
So absolutely. So as I said, I worked there for 13 years. All 3 were regular customers. They all 3 came to me with concerns. None of them were familiar. Mr. Thornton was new to owning the business, so they were not familiar with him, and so they had come to me as the manager as a complaint. They stated that they would come into the store. He would ask, you know, do you need help? And they would say no. They said he would then follow within a foot or 2 of them the entire time, and that it made them very uncomfortable being in the store, that they would either leave or, you know, hurry up with their purchase and then leave. But it was, on occasion, 3 separate women that came to me about this. And on a normal basis, I would go to my boss to say my coworker is this issues, but it was my boss, so. But.
Thank you so much.
I have a question
Yes.
about the state complaint.
Mm-hmm.
So you're saying you made a complaint
I did.
to the state of Colorado,
I
but
did. I
not
went-
not to us?
No, I went on the state's website
Okay.
and filed a complaint through there, provided my email address, but I never had anything returned to me.
Is that, maybe I don't ask her, is that what usually happens? Or is
Usually
that
it would
not
come to
time?
us first.
Okay, yeah, and.
When a complaint does go to the state, isn't there supposed to be some kind of a response, or? Yeah,
no.
okay,
Sounds like they dropped the ball,
yeah.
because I didn't get any.
When was that? I'm sorry.
It would have been late February, early March that I filed the complaint.
Of last year?
No, last year, of March, of
2025.
2025, yes. because I quit at the end of February 2025.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Well, thank you, appreciate
Thank
that. Now I invite the licensee up and we'll administer the oath before you offer any evidence, statements, or mitigating facts in your defense.
Please state your first and last name and spell your last name for me.
Chad Thornton, Thornton.
Do you solemnly swear to or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, take it away.
All the allegations are completely false. I was just made aware of the Google review on there, the anonymous Google review. Vic is a customer at the store. He has a dog that he walks in S Mountain. He hasn't ever touched a customer. And in the instance where she might be relaying an instance, I do remember telling him not to touch a customer, but he didn't touch her. It was a joke. He tried to fist bump her or shake her hand when she went out the store. She just simply said, "Don't touch me," walked out. And I said, "Yeah, Vic, don't touch the customers." Just kind of poking at him for fun. But that incident never happened. It's delusional. Vic is usually waiting for the customers to leave so that he can talk to me so I can play with his dog. I've got a bond with his dog that he has. I give it treats, and I've been teaching it to speak and lay down and stuff, and I can't really have a dog. So I enjoy that time. He wasn't chasing her around the store. He was simply just waiting for her to leave. And the other people in the store, if she's describing other people, those are called customers. And anybody, if they would have seen anything, would have, I'm sure, attempted to stop any kind of assault if there was. Jenny is a disgruntled employee. She worked there for about 2 months. She was really upset at the changeover. I believe she thought she deserved the business, maybe, I'm assuming. That's also false. And when I started looking at the internet to see the reviews, I noticed that there was news articles about this going on and lots of rumor. I'm hearing lots of rumors of people guessing, what's going on. And I see her in the comments also adding to it, saying this, and that's where I found out she was at, but she hasn't been there in a year and a half. And she was ended because I came in one day and we had a delivery to put away, and she started yelling at me and my girlfriend to do it instead of putting the product away. And so I told my girlfriend, freaked out, and so I told her not to do it, and we left the store, and we discussed it, and we were gonna let her go. But she then the next day had quit before we had decided to let her go. That's where I believe her testimony was coming from, and the heart of that. The incident I thought we were gonna discuss is, yes, I was arrested. There was an allegation that I had assaulted somebody, that I had grabbed their shirt or something. And that's the video that I brought in to show that where the altercation started. You can see where it escalates. And it was simply childish name calling. And I know I should have better character than that and keep my control. Usually people don't talk to me like that for the most part. And I've been keeping it, together. I've had a couple people after that yell at me. And I sit there, I keep my cool. I understand that my liquor license is under review, even for actions like that, and name calling. So I don't know why they started doing that. The rumors have built up a lot. My mom came to visit, and she's hearing stories about what's going on in the store from people. So I'm hoping that if we can get through this hearing, that it'll help all the rumors stop, because there's more than even what's being alleged that I'm hearing about different things. But I just want to say it's all false.
And Mr. Thornton, you provided council with a video. Would you like to play that for council to review?
Yeah, if you guys would like to see it, I could kind of explain what's going on. If not, if you want to review it on your own, I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it's going to be kind of upside down.
You do Control-Shift-R, it should rotate it.
Who said what?
Control-Shift-R, maybe?
Oh.
Yeah, there is like a.
Oh, again.
Well,
Yeah, do it
just
again.
do it 2 more times. There you go. Perfect.
Okay, now it makes sense.
And then, so we don't pop out until up here, like halfway on the video, but you can see the jug is up here, and this is where we're gonna.
You gotta keep speaking into the microphone though, or else it. Yeah.
So this video is from the boathouse. I went over there and asked them, I gave them the time and asked them to get any video of the incident that they had. And luckily, they had a camera that points right in front of our store. You can see us when we do finally come out. We're walking at different paces. I'm standing out in front of the store right there. You can see us engage with each other. We walk across the street. We continue exchanging pleasantries. And I just want to be clear that the pleasantry was the B word, not the other one that was made up. I'm not going to repeat that one, but I was calling him the B word. We were both exchanging the same pleasantry back and forth. And then we separate, and a cop car comes, and he went and talked to the cop, and I went to go to talk to the cop car, and then the cop drives off. And then from there, the police come, and there was no incident of any kind of assault. So we're getting up there.
Hard time seeing what's going on.
I think it's coming up.
Haven't begun yet.
So there he is right there in front of the jug, and you can see me walking behind him. I have my hands in my pockets. We're exchanging pleasantries. There's the police right there. I have my arms crossed, non-threatening. He's just yelling at me. He goes to walk away, but also I need to get back to the store. I'm not trying to follow him here. He sees this, so he goes to a different direction. We keep our distance. Say some names again, and then we separate. There's no assault, and no time did I grab him. I understand that is not conduct that I should be having, engaging in name calling with people. They arrested me. Perp walked me down the street in handcuffs and would not tell me why I was being arrested. The whole time I was there trying to bond out, they would not tell me why I was arrested. Even when I left, they would not tell me. They couldn't articulate anything. They just said harassment. And then I didn't know, so here, he's gonna talk to the cop here. And I see him go over there, so I'm gonna attempt to go over there and communicate with him also. But before I can, he drives off. And also in the report, they said I was stumbling around. As you can see, I'm not stumbling around in the way the officer framed it. And so, yes, I understand name calling is, childish, and I'll look into making sure that doesn't happen. I wasn't thinking it was gonna affect my liquor license at all. And then from there, that's when all this rumor stuff started exploding about everything. And I hope after this that it calms down, because it is probably gonna affect my business in some way. We do have cameras in there. If ever there's a police report or something like that, if the police come, they could look at the cameras. I've also invested in a body camera that I've been wearing the last couple of days, testing that out to see how that would work. Because now I understand, if I didn't have video of the situation, I don't know how much would have been believed. And that kind of scares me, even with all the rumors going around. So I have a body camera that I'm using. And I don't know how you guys want to go through with this or how to count the evidence, but I provided some exoneratory evidence, and I don't believe there's any evidence provided otherwise. And I'd hope you take that into account.
Okay. Now we have follow-up questions. Well, there'll be follow-up questions from this authority based on that testimony. Who would like to begin?
Was the car that drove by a cop car, or was that a community service?
I believe initially it was a community service.
Okay, so we didn't see any video of the police car, right?
Okay. Well, that's when it was reported. So there they stay. And so the police come, and that's later on. But at that point, there's no, we never engaged again at any point.
You and the gentleman?
Yeah, until I came out the store 10 minutes later, and there was a police officer out there, and the guy was across the street, doing this with his hands, trying to provoke me. And I called him the B word, and I kept walking and ignored him. And that's why when the police officer was asking me where he went, I was like, I don't know, he went that way somewhere. I have no idea where he went. And then when I finally seen him, I pointed him out. And again, the way the cop framed it was I was changing my story, which there's no reason to make up a story on that. I just didn't see him, and then I seen him. So at that time, there was witnesses out there. We never came even close in contact after he made that report.
Okay, and then when you did the breathalyzer test?
Yes, ma'am.
That was at the jail?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that was definitely recorded as being a .0192.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
When the cop had asked me, he said, initially when he came up to me, he said, "Have you been drinking?" I said, "Yes." And then he said, "Put your hands behind your back," immediately. And I complied immediately. I didn't wrestle with him at all. I'm not going to wrestle a police officer. I'm sure he would have took the opportunity to take me to the ground if that had actually happened, if he felt I was resisting at all. And so, yeah, I would say all of those allegations are false or twisted somehow.
But at that time, you were in control of the liquor store. You were in control of the substance that you were selling.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions?
Yes, on the video, it doesn't really show in the statement, it reads that, you can't see where the altercation actually says it's being taking place, where it says that you've come out and grabbed him by the collar. You can't see anything until it moves, out into the open, that part. So we don't really know. This video doesn't really tell me anything that if that happened or not.
Okay.
If you have any witnesses to that are with you that can.
There was about 50 people there that day. Soggy Surfer was packed. So if that had happened, I believe you guys would have 50 witnesses towards that effect, not someone saying, "Oh, it sounded he was belligerent with somebody." That was the only witness statement made, not that there was 50 people claiming that someone was assaulted at the Soggy Surfer. And so none of that was witnessed, and I believe since it was so busy that day, there would have been somebody.
Any other questions? Yeah.
So we're all in agreement that being intoxicated while operating and working at a liquor store is a liquor license violation, yes? I mean, that's in the document.
That's why we're here.
And you blew hot.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm not understanding where the discrepancy is of it being a false accusation.
Well, that's what I'm saying, most of it. I mean, wouldn't have happened unless there was a false allegation made about the assault. So I'm working on that. I understand that you guys frown upon that seriously. I don't know what the limit is. They brought up DWAI, and I know it was above that limit. But we do have like tastings, and sometimes I sit down with distributors and we try product and stuff. And so maybe that's good when someone's on the counter, or I don't know. So I'm looking at it, and I can find ways to improve on and making sure that I'm following all the correct liquor laws. Yes, I was drinking alcohol.
I'm going to say, I'm also a former employee of the Jug back in the early 2000s. I worked there for probably 3+ years under your former owner. And I mean, it saddens me to hear this because it was a very, great, establishment. Never had any problems. I worked there the late night shifts. After I got off of my day job, I would go down there and work till closing. Never came across any altercation. So this kind of, and never heard anything until you just recently, till you've taken over the business. So it's just really kind of just disheartening to hear that this is happening in our downtown at a liquor store that I used to work at myself, and know the people that come in and out of there, and know the people that have been buying their liquor there for a long time, and now knowing that people don't want to go in there because of things like this is happening. So I just want to put it out there. This is very saddening for me to hear.
Yeah, I kind of want to follow up on what I said before too. In looking at the Code of Colorado regulations, orderliness, loitering, and serving intoxicated people. I mean, there's a bullet point in here that says, shall not permit rowdiness, undue noise, or other disturbances or activity offensive to the scenes of the average citizen. And I will tell you very bluntly, I find the words that you are using offensive as an average citizen. And
one of them is
right
an
there,
absolute lie.
Okay.
I'm just letting you know.
What I'm seeing in here, in the rules and regulations, this isn't me making it up. This isn't me saying, this is, what I think. This is per the rules. It states that an average citizen or residents of the neighborhood, if that is disturbance and offensive, this entire thing, to Councilperson Stevens' point, is offensive to me.
Well, that's not exactly a question, but I do appreciate the comments, guys. Any more questions for the licensee at this time in particular?
I have a question.
Okay, well, that's not the portion of this. So,
And Mr. Mayor, just before you close out the hearing, I believe if the city wants to present any rebuttal evidence in light of
yeah.
Mr. Thornton's, then Chief Johnson can come up.
Oh, great.
And then Mr. Thornton will also be given the opportunity to make a closing statement.
Right.
And that was not included in your script, so I
Okay,
apologize.
that's fine. I did have a question for Chief as far as from that video to the time of the breathalyzer, how much time what kind of range of time are we talking? How long did we get from there to that?
Can you pull that video up again?
Is video, or do you want the body cam?
The video.
I just ejected it, just a second.
Thanks, I just wanted to see that.
See the time.
So just to go back to the incident, it was 2/28/2026 at 3:10 p.m. The alert emergency tones went off. That's when somebody calls something in that's a disturbance, a fight, something that is an in-progress situation where the police need to hear that and be ready to respond. Officer Leo Flores and Sergeant Orth responded as they were getting out of, as Sergeant Orth was getting out of his vehicle. He was contacted by several people, and several people stated there was a male wearing a black hoodie that was being belligerent and causing problems with people downtown. They ended up walking across to a male that was on the west side of the bridge. The male stated that this other guy had assaulted him. He was calling him names and threatening him. Officer Flores approached the individual, and it was immediately apparent that he was intoxicated. He had watery, bloodshot eyes, unsteady on his feet. So I'm not quite sure that the video that we're seeing is depicting the area where all this took place with the officers. It only shows a small section of it. But anyways, to continue on, they did identify Mr. Thornton, and he was saying what he said in the letter that I sent to you. The entire conversation with the police officers and the entire conversation from the scene to the jail was on body cam. So if you would like to watch that, we do have the body cam. He was placed under arrest at 3:28. So officers arrived on scene at 3:10. After speaking with witnesses and everybody involved, he was placed under arrest at 3:28. When he got to the jail, it would have been approximately 40 minutes from the time when the call came out to when he was PBT'd. In that 40 minutes, you can go one of two ways. Your alcohol level can climb or decline, depending on how long it's been since your last drink. We do know it had been 45 minutes, and he was still at that level.
Thank you. Let's see, so that's staff rebuttal. And then this would be the closing argument for the
Correct.
licensee.
Correct.
Okay, this is your time.
Can I ask when we can see that body cam footage?
Oh, yeah. Do we want as the authority to see the body cam footage? Is that something we want to see?
Sure, let's see it.
Is it all 40,
Worth seeing, yeah.
all 40
Second
minutes of it, or?
Yeah, it is quite lengthy. You may choose to cut and piece part of it because it is gonna be the entire episode.
Right.
Yeah, I'm okay with some fast forwards.
Yeah, especially some choice language that I'm sure we're going to be hearing. Which then,
And then, yeah, Chief Johnson, if you could just stay up in case there's follow-up questions. Thank you. And I think, council, if you would feel comfortable just directing Ms. Keller to fast forward certain parts, that way, and we can timestamp things as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, my pleasure. So what I might do is I might, for the record, then just saying pausing at 1:35, for example, if you guys want to, if council wants to pause, is how I'll handle it.
sure.
I didn't see
one person, I'm sorry, there's thousands of people out here. There was one person being an asshole.
I need to back up.
And I decided to be the one to stand up against
To
that.
30 seconds, because the first 30 seconds doesn't capture any audio.
So I'd just be careful about.
Where's he at? This guy done.
Yeah, he's the one in the black hoodie down on the edge, right there.
Putting hands on people too.
I think so. How you doing, brother?
What's going on, man?
How you doing?
All right, what do you got in your pocket?
Why you grab my hand? You cannot grab my hand.
I can't.
No.
You're gonna.
Do you need to talk to me first?
You're gonna be detained while I figure out what's going on.
I'm not
Put your hands behind your back.
I'm not armed. I don't understand why you can't grab my hand.
My name is Corey. I'm a sergeant here with Salida PD. We've got several calls on your behavior down here.
No, there was a
saying that
guy
you're
was
acting out, being belligerent.
He was belligerent.
Okay, I didn't see what.
One person, I'm sorry, there's thousands of people out here. There was one person being an asshole. And I decided to be the one to stand up against that.
Okay. Hang tight, man. What's your name?
I have no weapons on me. There's no reason for you to detain me or put me in
Spread your feet.
handcuffs.
Spread my feet?
Yep.
So, are you the sergeant? Are you the sergeant?
Yes. Spread your feet.
Okay. Are you the sergeant?
I am.
Sir, I did nothing wrong.
Okay.
I will let you check me. I swear to God, I did nothing wrong.
What's your name, partner?
My name is Chad Thornton. As a matter of fact, I have a business open right now that I need to be. I own Junk Liquors right there, and I cannot leave that store open. I have no weapons on me.
You're the owner of the store?
I am the owner.
You got ID in your pocket?
Yes, I do in my
In your wallet? All right.
my wallet.
You're the only one in the store right now?
I'm the only one in the store right now.
Have you been drinking? Yep.
Yes, sir. I've been drinking. Not a lot.
You seem to be intoxicated to me.
You want me to?
It's,
Pausing at 2 minutes and 34 seconds.
So when this body cam footage begun, he was was coming back from across the other side of the bridge. I just want to know where he was coming from. Are you still following the man over across the bridge? Are you still engaging in the conversation? Or why are you so far away from your business and coming back?
I was talking with the person about what had just happened. And no, I didn't. I seen that's when the guy was across the street, egging me on still, and I called him a B word again and then kept walking. I just ignored him.
So you just walked away from your business, across the river,
Yeah, I was
to the
explaining.
other side of the river?
Yes, sir. We have a bell on the door, and, sometimes we have to use the bathroom, and so we can't always be on the counter. So, we can stand outside. If someone comes in the store, then I'll go in the store.
I understand that, but you seem pretty far away. When the police officers approach you, you were coming back from the other side of the river.
Yeah. Normally, I'm not walking that far. But I can turn around and get back. So there's not always customers coming in at all times.
I
In
understand.
that instance, I probably walked a little farther because I was upset and I was explaining to somebody that I just had an altercation with this guy.
Okay, I see the guy over here, but you weren't chasing the man down and continuing in
At
this
that point, I had no idea.
the situation at that point. You're
Just ignoring them, trying to provoke
ignoring. Okay, that's why I didn't know if you were following the man and coming back. I just wanted to clear that up.
Is there any desire of this authority to see any more of this footage?
No.
Councilmember Brzezinski, how do you feel?
I guess not.
If you want to, Councilmember, we'd support it.
I think something to me is, he's shown a video that doesn't show him grabbing the person. And I agree with Councilperson Schreiner. There's plenty else here. but there's a few things that he says that he definitely didn't do. And I think some of this body cam footage will show that he did. But for me, I don't think it's necessary. I think I've seen everything I need to, so.
Okay.
And to just kind of orient council before they begin deliberations is it's substantial evidence. So preponderance of the evidence, or more likely than not, is the standard that you all are considering tonight.
Thank you. Okay, thank you for that reminder. Seeing no more desire to see that evidence, are there any follow-up questions of Chief before we move to closing?
Yes, I'm curious about the witnesses that you interviewed. Were they all locals, or were they a mix of locals and visitors? What's your sense of that?
Give me just a second here.
One of them said there was a weapon.
You know, in the actual narrative portion, which is the only portion I brought with me, it does not have their locations, where they're from. I'd have to look at the actual report to get that from a different page.
Okay, so that information does exist?
It does, yep.
Okay.
Chief, do you know how many witnesses you interviewed? Or estimate thereof?
Looks like 3.
Okay, thank you.
And he keeps stating that there was only one complaint that actually got, I guess, written down. Do you know if there was actually other calls that maybe didn't get picked up because the one was enough to get action moving on this?
Yeah, just the general statements that were made, that there was a man wearing a black hoodie, which was identified as him in the body cam footage, was being belligerent and causing problems with people downtown. Not a specific number, but people is what they stated.
People. Any further questions? All right, then that takes us to the closing argument or speech of the licensee. I'd like to close out.
So I was not expecting all of this to ramp up. I was unaware of any allegations of things happening in my store. I thought this was about getting arrested. I was upset when I got arrested. Again, I was not told why I was being arrested. I was upset about that. I think anybody would be upset if they were arrested and not told why. Every single one of us. And I didn't, even at the jail, I didn't know. I didn't find out the allegations until I went to court on Tuesday and specifically had to ask what the allegations even were before I could even go and find video, or if I needed to, on what it was being accused. None of the other allegations are true or correct or factual at all in any of the sexual harassment instances. I mean, that's really hard to defend. I don't know how I would, except for I have cameras, and now I'm gonna wear a body camera. We haven't lost our loyal customers, so I guess the people that are making the complaints aren't even customers of the store. We still have our loyal customers, we still have our loyalty programs. We still have Michelle, she works for me, she's worked before I even bought the store. And I know she hasn't come here to talk, but she could tell you that all those accusations would be untrue. And I work probably 80 hours a week at the store. Some nights I'll sleep there. I've slept on the floor before, on cardboard. I brought a mat for other nights I stay there. I put a lot of time and money into this store, and I've been working with the police recently on some people loitering around and having to deal with those kind of issues and how to solve those problems. So I'm working with them a little more. I'm not afraid to call the police on people if I need to, just to, to CYA. And what it boils down to in this instance, it was, name calling. And I know that was childish of me. And, I'll try to look at my behavior and see how I can improve on, any of the issues, the ordinances, like that, make sure there's not a ruckus at any time. And I hope that you guys wouldn't take the license from me, because this is my livelihood, and I would have no other way to make a living. I know that in other instances, like when people sell to minors and things like that, there's usually warnings or fines, and that's not normally just stripped immediately. And since this is the first time this came to attention, if there's a way that we can work on this to keep the jug running, then that would be what I would wish for. Is there any questions you guys have for me?
Just the closing.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, not hearing, and, oh, yeah, one more.
And it's also in court still, and so I would like the opportunity to be able to go through the judicial process and clear the charge. Also, I'm going pro se, so just so I can go talk to the DA, because he wouldn't talk to me if I was pursuing a lawyer, so I'm just gonna go in there, I'm gonna show him the video and see if they want to keep pursuing charges. And so I'm expecting this case to get dropped eventually, and I hope you let me go through that process of clear my name of the false charge. Thank you.
All right. Not hearing any more evidence to be brought before the authority on this matter, I now close the public hearing. Liquor Authority, you may begin your deliberations.
And council, just to kind of orient, just because there's a lot of information in the CAF, the council action form, so I want to just state, you know, for council to consider what, if any, conduct of establishment bullet points were potentially presented tonight for you all to consider, as well as any mitigating and aggravating factors, and taking all of the evidence and testimony and videos into consideration in determining if any levels of violation had occurred.
Thank you for that. All right. Well, anybody in particular want to begin on this?
I mean, I'll just kind of restate what I said previously, which is per the breathalyzer, if being intoxicated while operating the shop is a violation and you've blown hot at that level, it's hard to not, I mean, a violation has occurred, right? It has. There isn't a way around that. It is very clear.
Law, black and white.
Yeah. I would argue that, you know, per another bullet point about, you know, regulation 47.900, in the conduct of establishment, it states very clearly, you know, if that behavior is offensive to the average citizen or to the neighboring community, while it's not necessarily a direct correlation, being arrested for harassment, I think is kind of an indication that that behavior is offensive to an average citizen or to the surrounding neighborhood. So I think, you know, per my understanding and reading through this and looking at all the different bullet points and layers and factors, in my understanding, it kind of comes down to like, what level of violation is this?
That's
right. So there's the 1 through 4. Yeah. And
I think we're looking at is whether or not it's a 2 or a 4.
I am also, yeah, I mean, my view is
Just to
this
narrow
a
it
2
down.
or is it a 4? And to get even a little bit more granular on that, to me, it seems like the distinction there is the conduct of the establishment violation, what is it, mild? Not mild, that's not the right word.
Minor.
Or substantial.
Yeah.
Versus substantial. So that feels a lot like that's where the rubber hits the road on this decision. If the preponderance of evidence thing is more likely than not, and multiple allegations have been made of sexual harassment, for me, that is substantial.
And I agree that under level 4, the substantial conduct of establishment violations is the one that's resonating with me, because you are not to be drinking when you're selling alcohol. Not only is that the law, it's common sense that you would want to be sober in that environment so that you can handle it. And that's what I'm seeing. I also did see you know, there's minor conduct of establishment violations as well. And that's really what I'm seeing in the bullet points that I can relate to. I cannot understand why Mr. Thornton would follow anybody outside of the store. That just defies logic for me. It's not in a bullet point, but it just doesn't make sense.
Would you like to speak?
Yes, so I am with the absolute that there was a .0192. I think that's
.192.
.192. And I don't know much about that. I just know that when you're in control of liquor as issued from this licensing authority, you should not be drinking yourself. And that's not a should or could, it's an absolute you cannot. And I was up here along with some of us when we did issue this license the first time. And I know that am I allowed to talk about that?
You may, yeah, that's okay.
Okay, just checking. I don't know what's allowed or not.
Experience, yeah.
Yes, and through that, you had stated that you were going to live up to these rules and the conduct of operating with a liquor license. So that is on our word. That is on our clerk's authority that we have granted you this license, that you would live up to this code of conduct per se, as to be granted a license. And blowing that, or with the breathalyzer test, and being in control of that license at your establishment when you are open is not living up to that authority to me. And that's the one I'm looking at because that one's black and white.
Anybody on this end? I mean, just to go off of, because I too was there for that initial licensing, and it very much was, in that action was a second chance. There was a background already, and we, based on vouching from, Mr. Hickson, I mean, we took that into account, and we do believe in second chances here. So just to give background on how we got here, I mean, it was understanding that risk and, giving you the benefit of the doubt anyway. And now here we are. I think, I think any one of us with that blood alcohol content would be pretty much showing it. That's another thing that gives me pause. If you're able to handle that, speaking pretty clearly, walking with intention, I mean, that's kind of your normal. That's what that tells me. Just having seen that. Yeah, for sure.
And I guess I wanted to speak to Mr. Thornton's point about how this is still in courts, like the harassment charges, I guess. And so no matter how that goes, I just want to make sure it's clear that this is about your operation of the establishment while under the influence. That is not disputable. So, and from what I'm gathering, your understanding is that it all comes down to name calling and your actions were childish. And I want you to see that, like, our perspective is that it comes down to your responsibility as the licensee, as the holder, and your actions were inappropriate and irresponsible, not just childish.
Yeah, and to kind of come off of that and also get back to the idea or the determination of a level 2 versus a level 4 or whatever.
Yeah.
Something I have highlighted in here for myself to remind myself about this is, level 4, most severe. This includes violations that may directly affect the health, safety, and welfare of the public at large. So feeling unsafe, feeling harassed, being touched in a way that was explicitly said, please do not touch me, using words that I will not repeat here, are directly affecting the health, safety, and welfare of the public at large. Health, safety, and welfare do not necessarily just include physical. So to kind of, and looking, and so for me, like trying to determine level 1 through 4. And then I'm looking at the next clause that says, imposing a penalty, we may take aggravating and mitigating factors into consideration. And I'm looking at the list of aggravating and mitigating factors, which is way up here, right? But aggravating factors, the violation was discovered and later substantiated through an investigation as a result of a complaint. The violation was willful, not negligent. The implicated licensee encouraged others to participate in the same or similar violations. That gets less to the video and more back to the Google review and some of the things that were not necessarily in evidence that we could see. The owner or management personnel engaged in the violation. I mean, there's a lot of aggravating factors that are involved here. And I clarified ahead of this hearing, what do we really mean when we say violation? Because a lot of times we're referencing in this sort of guiding document, is this a first violation? Is it a second violation? Is there a repeat? Is there a pattern? And so I made sure to clarify, what do we mean when we say violation? Because there are several incidents listed in this complaint. So, I clarified, are these separate violations, or is this the first violation? And if I'm misrepresenting the answer to this, I don't think I am, but do stop me if I am. This is still just the first violation, because this is the first hearing that's being had. But I think that's where then those aggravating factors come into play, because it's not just a simple one incident that we're talking about.
And I think I can break it down. So it's the first violation / complaint, and we look at 1-year periods and 1-year periods. However, council may consider the different bullet points under the code of conduct as separate violations. So for example, if you find not operating in a decent manner, that's 1 violation. If you found trade practice violation, that could be 2 violations in 1 complaint, if that makes sense. Thank you, council member.
Thank you.
It's good to know. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, that is what we're trying to establish, though, is what that level is. I also think that, I mean, it would be a question posed to legal counsel as far as ways of moving forward with a potential punishment would be how much actual wiggle room is there between the removal of the license entirely, now speaking to the jug, the business, or a suspension of that to then be transferred over, and wanted to gauge what maybe the authorities' appetite for that might be. Now, just speaking for the business itself.
Well, you said it very well a while ago. We were here and we stretched to allow this license. We knew there was some history there. We were trying to just assign that to youthfulness, but it's been a continuing problem. Therefore, I do not have an appetite for anything but to make it stop.
Okay. Fair enough. Well, I guess first, though, would be just to establish if substantial evidence has occurred and what those bullet points.
I'm sorry, can you say what you just said again? Because
The first part of this is just to if a violation is found.
Right? Number 1
Correct.
is the violation.
It would just be like just establishing indeed a violation was found, and then we move to the.
Correct. Yeah, we'll kind of take it in pieces with the motions provided to council.
So it's time to do that now?
If council, if a council member feels sufficiently that there is substantial evidence and feels comfortable making a motion as to that piece, deliberations for the remaining motions can still continue.
Okay.
Great. Mr. Mayor, I move to find that there is substantial evidence by preponderance of the evidence that the licensee of the retail liquor store, liquor license for Nine Stripes LLC, DBA Arleydale's Jug Liquor located at 220 North F Street, license number 03-22462, violated the Code of Colorado Regulations, Liquor and Tobacco Enforcement Division. 1 CCR 203.2, Regulation 47.900, Conduct of Establishment. So specifically, the licensee is found to have violated the Conduct of Establishment, bullet point.
And then if we could go back up to the conduct of establishment bullet points.
Oh, yeah.
On page 1.
Page 1?
Page 1 of the CAF. That is where the bullet points are located.
Conduct the licensed premises in a decent, orderly, and respectable manner.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, and that is to find that there is substantial evidence by preponderance of the evidence that the licensee of the retail liquor store liquor license for Nine Stripes LLC, DBA Arleydale's Jug Liquor located at 220 North F Street, license number 03-22462, violated the Code of Colorado Regulations, Liquor and Tobacco Enforcement Division 1 CCR 203.2, Regulation 47-900, Conduct of Establishment. Specifically, the licensee is found to have violated conduct in the licensed premises in a decent, orderly, and respectable manner. Any further discussion?
Yeah, my further discussion would be, I understand we're using this first bullet, but the last one also, I think some of us have referenced, the shall not permit rowdiness, undue noise, and other disturbances or activity offensive to the scenes of the average citizen or to residents of the neighborhood in which the licensed establishment is located. I think that also pertains to what we're talking about.
So do I.
Would it behoove us to use 2 bullets moving forward?
If council finds that there's substantial evidence of both bullets, then both may be violations.
Would you like to include that in your
I
previous
would. Do I
motion?
need to say the whole thing again?
No.
Okay, great, thanks.
No, we could just amend it to also, and the one who seconded as well. Yeah. So to also include the shall not permit rowdiness, undue noise, or other disturbances or activity offensive to the scenes of the average citizen or to residents of the neighborhood in which the licensed establishment is located. Also, I should mention that that was a motion made by Councilmember Schreiner and seconded by Councilmember Pappenfort. For the record, any further discussion on what was amended and what was said?
Do we have to vote on the amendment first?
No, I think it was kind of, we were able to wrap it into, you wanted to say that, right?
I did.
Okay. So we wrapped it all in. Okay. I could do a roll call now, please. Thank you.
Ravinsky,
Yes.
Stevens,
Yes.
Pappenfort,
Yes.
Fontana,
Yes.
Martin,
Yes.
Schreiner.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay, now, next is the violation is found, so subsequent motions made in reference to penalty. And that's kind of where my initial questions came to, as far as, are those penalties pretty much black and white, or is there some like hybrid option?
There are hybrid options. So I believe once council has established what level of violation has occurred, that kind of sets some parameters, but for the most part, it's pretty open to council once I think we get to that deliberation. I'm happy to hear ideas and.
Oh, but for now, just establishing the level needs to happen first.
Can I kick that off?
Yeah, totally.
Okay, so I think we have indisputable evidence that a level 2 has happened, and I think we agree on that. I think the discussion is whether a level 4 has happened when the term goes from minor to substantial. And so my question to you is, there are quite a few aggravating factors in proceedings like this that you've overseen. Can multiple aggravating factors raise it from a 2 to a 4, or are they wholly separate categories and only the severity of each particular level is changed by the factors?
And if I'm following your question, the aggravating factors and the mitigating factors can cause council to move between the two.
Between levels?
Between the
Okay.
levels, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, that's good information. With that in mind.
And I don't know, I'll just provide one kind of key difference between a level 2 and a level 4. A level 2 does not allow for a revocation of a license, a level 4 does. That's the main difference to Mr. Mayor's point in the remedies that can be fashioned.
Okay, so one is pretty much cut and dried. Level 4 is level 4, and that's what's going to be.
But sorry, let me just continue to add. Even with a level 4, council can fashion whatever it wants to do.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm sorry if I'm not explaining that well enough. Council can do kind of anything that it would like to do in like the list of possible. It's just revocation would be tied to a level 4, but that is not the only outcome of a level 4.
With a level 4, we can choose different options.
Yes.
It's like a revocation.
At level
and-
2, you can't go to a revocation.
Correct.
Okay.
It's not
You
it's
just can.
automatically, it's
I
not
got
an
it.
automatic.
You
Yes,
just-
nothing is
you just
automatic.
can. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay, that's good. That's good to know. And with that, assessment of bullet points and how they apply to this discussion, like where does this authority feel that lands us between 2 and 4?
I mean, I already kind of said it, but I feel like it's a level 4. That being said, I don't have a strong opinion, or a strong opinion's not the right word. I don't have I don't know if we should do revoke, or, I would want to hear more about what the actual remedy is, but I do feel my view and my assessment is the totality of circumstances here is level 4.
Those add up enough for you to be level 4. Okay. Any other?
I would just like to throw in as kind of a backstop, I would prefer not to go the route of revocation. Revocation creates a situation where selling the business, it would lessen the value of it. Obviously, in a lot of ways, and also Councilperson Stevens' words, this has been a good business for the city. I don't think we want to take that away or remove that. I think this current owner has been the problem. And so I think revocation for me is off the table, just because if there's a route for him to continue owning it with some sort of remedy, I'm open to that. If there's a route for him to sell it, I'm open to that. I would prefer not to revoke the license and decrease the value of it for a sale that he may want to do based on our judgment. So that narrows it down a little bit.
Okay.
Thank you, that's helpful.
Anybody else want to speak to those 2 points on maybe just
So what is?
reaching a consensus?
I read through this, but one less than revocation would be what?
That's a good question.
Out of
So
all of these
Yeah,
choices?
another option that's available is suspension, or, let's first talk about suspension. So suspension would be that the liquor license is suspended. And so other goods can be sold if they are available in the store. If it's purely a liquor store with nothing but liquor, essentially it would be closed for a certain period of time determined by council. That period of time must be less than 6 months, but it can be any amount of time. It can be a 1 week, it can be 14 days, it can be the full 6 months. As part of that suspension, there will be 2 notices with the language of the notice posted on the interior and exterior of the business with very specific language and dimensions associated with it. So that's suspension. There's also suspension held in abeyance. So that's essentially like probation. So the language would be, council is imposing 2-week suspension held in abeyance for 1 year, so long as the licensee doesn't violate any laws, liquor code regulations, liquor code rules. If they do violate, it would be council coming back and basically lifting the suspension and imposing it. And then there's the fine options as well. Does that answer?
That's our other options, those.
Suspension, suspension in abeyance, and then fines as well.
And you can do a combination of all of those things?
You can. Yeah, you can do a combination of, suspension for 6 months, transfer the liquor license within 6 months upon approval. You can kind of fashion whatever you would like. So I'll leave you all to deliberate, and then whatever ideas you have, I'll kind of let you know if that's doable or not.
And the suspension contingent on a sale or a transfer, rather, does that come coupled with like the penalty of revocation if that isn't met?
It would. So the language and how that would read is, council is suspending the liquor license for 6 months to allow the licensee time to transfer the liquor license, which transfer will be defined. Essentially, the new licensee would be accepted by the authority. If upon the transfer not occurring, revocation would occur after that 6 months. So it still carries with it the possible revocation, but gives a licensee time to sort out another option.
And it's like there's a particular level that would be associated to allow for that we would have to.
It would have to be a level 4 because that's the only level that allows
That allows for
revocation.
revocation, got it.
And so that's
Got it now,
basically
I figured
2
it out.
in the list.
For council to consider in light of the conduct of establishment violation, correct. Other matters before this council, maybe in the future, could take into consideration all 4, but for tonight's hearing, it's just level 2 or level 4.
I guess something else that would kind of weigh in on my decision is, I know I was on the board when we decided to give Mr. Chad a chance to, take over the liquor license. So, and I know that he was paying out, I don't know if it was a direct, straight across, payment for the business. So with this, I just want to know if we were to suspend or if he were to lose his license and lose the business, would this fall back on the previous owner if Chad Hickson would have to come back in and take over the business again if this were to, were to fail? Because that's kind of something I don't.
Yeah, what happens to that license then? If
Yeah, just-
if we revoke the one, does it fall back to the other? It seems like it wouldn't.
I mean,
No, if the license has been transferred, it's owned by Mr. Thornton.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if the financial, I guess, payments of the business were completely completed. I don't know if he's completely paid Chad for the business.
That, I'm guessing that that's not really of concern to us.
I don't have that information.
Well, just I
knowing,
guess
like,
in the
where this would go.
consideration.
Or like in this, I mean, it might be of concern to us, but it's
Yeah,
not-
right.
Yeah.
We don't have
It's
control
kinda-
over that.
Yeah,
No, I
no,
know,
yeah.
that's not, like, that would kind of weighs on my decision here.
Yeah.
If we were to completely just say, hey, no, we're done with this, we want to get rid of it, we want it out of our downtown, then he falters on his loans that he's paying, and then, then the former, the owner has to come back and pick up where he left off, kind of thing,
That would be the.
kind of weighs on mine, because I hold Chad Hickson in pretty high regards.
Yeah.
And I know that he worked hard and put his faith in this transaction to hopefully that would work, but it seems to be going in kind of the wrong direction right now.
Yeah. It's not a decision to be taken lightly.
So are we moving forward with level 2 or level 4? I think is where we're at, right?
Yeah, it's really just comes down to having the either potential or hard penalty of revocation is really where so if you don't feel that way, you're level 2, and if you do, you're level 4. It's kind of.
Can I ask for a little more clarity? So if level 2 doesn't allow for revocation, level 4 does. But if we were to go level 4 and issue a suspension with abeyance, level 2 also allows for that?
It does.
I'm correct?
Yep.
So what would be the difference if we said a level 2 suspension and abeyance and a level 4 suspension and abeyance?
No difference.
No difference, okay.
Oh. I'm still learning it then.
Yeah.
Still learning the difference.
So I'll kind of give my full thoughts. When I came in, I was hoping to see some level of something that I could say, okay, great, there's a chance for rehabilitation here, and we can suspend an abeyance and maybe put a couple stops in and say, hey, just check in with us along this route. I think alcoholism, there is treatment you can do. I don't think there is for bigotry, but I think the sale of it would be in the better for the citizens that I represent. Him selling it would be in their best interest. For me, there was a route that I would have liked to have seen him keep ownership of it. So that's kind of where I am. I would love to hear where the rest of you is, but I think suspension and abeyance is where I would like to go. And whether we say it needs to be sold or at the end of that period it gets revoked, or we need to see some sort of rehabilitation, that's kind of the area I'm in to narrow it down even further. And those are my reasons why, so.
Are we allowed to say we need to see some rehabilitation on this? I mean, that's not what we do.
I think that's more of a
Yeah.
thoughts and prayers
Council,
part of
I
it.
don't want to speak for you, but I think what you were saying
Welcome to
is,
speak for me.
I think you were saying is you were looking for possible mitigating factors and
Right.
what Councilmember Ravinsky is speaking to, it could always be taken in consideration, but he was saying he didn't see that tonight from the licensee.
Okay.
Well, like as like a stipulation of a
Yeah,
suspension. And
is there room for stipulations if we were to suspend an abeyance?
I think reasonable ones that can be related to a liquor license holder. So
Right.
I think as, council begins talking about those, we can assess to see if that's reasonable.
Right. And I'm saying I'm open to going that route if most of us feel that's the route we want to go. I am also open to the route of this is just not a good fit for our community, and the liquor store that we love and has worked for a long time maybe needs to be in different hands.
I think it's in our best interest to have revocation as an option should the suspension not work. And my understanding is in order for that to be an option, should this suspension not work, we would have to go level 4. Otherwise, I don't really know what happens if it doesn't work.
So to keep that option, then I'm gonna just go ahead and, I move to find a level 4 violation occurred for the purpose of imposing a penalty for 9 Stripes LLC DBA Arley Dale's Drug Liquor located at 224 North F Street, license number 03-22462.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Martin, seconded by Councilmember Rappaport, and that is to find a level 4 violation occurred for the purpose of imposing a penalty for 9 Stripes LLC DBA Arley Dale's Drug Liquor located at 220 North F Street, license number 03-22462. Any further discussion on that part?
Martin?
Yes.
Stevens?
Yes.
Ravinsky?
Yes.
Schreiner?
Yes.
Pappenfort?
Yes.
Fontana?
Yes.
Motion passed.
All right, now we're moving on to that penalty. What kind of if we do choose hybrid, what might that look like? Or if it's just one of the clean cut, starkly defined ones.
Yeah. What Councilmember Ravinsky was saying about, having that continue to be a liquor store, I think I've heard that expressed from a few of us up here, like we want it to continue to be the same operation. And I agree with Councilmember Ravinsky that maybe it's in different hands. We haven't heard a lot of I don't know, yeah. So I think suspension and maybe, I don't know if it's 6 months and that gives him, or maybe it's 3 months, I don't know, but we can give him time to find someone to purchase Jug Liquor Store. But I do not think at this time, just knowing that we did give Mr. Thornton a second chance already by giving him this license. I strongly feel that he is showing us his character and how he wants to conduct this business, and that is not Salida.
Okay. Anybody else have thoughts on that?
Yes, we've had prior experience with trying to control someone's drinking, and we failed. And so I don't consider that an option at all. I do hear what Councilmember Rowinski is saying. We don't want to destroy the value of the property because Mr. Thornton is going to need some money to transition into whatever new life that he chooses for himself, hopefully far away from liquor. And so, yeah, I would soften my point of view from just immediate and total revocation to suspending the license and allowing for the sale, if I'm understanding your suggestion correctly.
Is that?
Yeah, that's, if I'm also understanding.
Yeah, I think, so can you just clear up for us the suspension and abeyance and suspension, the differences there?
Suspension in abeyance, I would think of it as like probation. So he would still be able to be open and sell liquor. It's just we would have in the back pocket kind of 6 months of suspension should a violation occur during a year-long period. A suspension, just flat out, would be immediate and would be no liquor sales for a set period of time.
And we can issue a suspension and abeyance that has a revocation at the end so that he has that time to sell the establishment?
Yes.
Okay. So, yeah, to clarify mine for both of you, I would suggest a suspension and abeyance so that it can still operate as the liquor store with a revocation at the end of the time period. That, I think, maximizes the value for a sale that brings in somebody that wants to continue running it as Arleydale's the liquor store.
And then if there was a violation during that period, then it automatically goes to revocation of the license.
That's correct.
Then I'm okay with that.
Without any I guess it would be a hearing would have to
I think
decide with that.
council would have to convene to essentially impose the revocation. So it wouldn't be a full-blown hearing like tonight, but there would be an agenda item where public comment could be accepted.
Okay. And what time frame would you have in mind for?
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm probably the right person to ask that, it being a commercial property. I would say I don't believe 6 months is enough. I would prefer 6 months, but to sell that particular establishment would most likely be longer than 6 months. I would lean towards 9 or 12, whatever council can stomach.
I think we're limited to 6 months, is that right?
Yeah, that's another good question. No, just discussion for us, sorry.
So let me track. So we're saying a revocation held in abeyance. So he would still be able, the location would still be open and operating. The liquor regulations don't have a limit on a revocation in abeyance. It's just a suspension in abeyance that has to be less than 6 months.
Right, because the purpose of doing a suspension would be if there were some sort of monitored improvement or something.
Sure,
Otherwise, if we're saying this is a no-go, we just need to give this person time, then the suspension there's no purpose for that, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so it would be a revocation in abeyance for a specific amount of time. I would suggest as the real estate side of my brain, that it be more than 6 months to give him a feasible opportunity to sell it. Whether that's 9 or 12 months, that's up to what we can stomach, I think.
That's a good question. What like feels like an appropriate amount of time? I mean,
Well, I mean, with the assumption that any violations in the meantime,
right.
I mean, 12 months seems fine, right? Because if there's an issue in that meantime, then we just deal with that and it happens then.
Right. And
So more time seems preferable.
And from what I understand, that's more of like a pretty mechanical response. It's just like, if this, then we just rubber stamp and don't have a big
Correct.
to do. Okay.
Well said, Councilmember Schreiner. I
Yeah.
agree with your logic on that.
Yeah. That's a good
And if
point.
it doesn't sell in 12 months, what happens then?
The liquor license goes away.
It would be revoked. So there would, essentially, there's two conditions that would be placed during the 1-year abeyance period. It would be sale or transfer. I don't know how council is deciding, sale or transfer, as well as do not violate any laws, any liquor code, or any liquor rules and regulations.
In 12 months?
In 12 months, correct.
I'm on board with that. I mean, yeah. At this point, just kind of, yeah,
Motivate to sell a little bit. You have to transfer or sell within 12 months.
Right. I think we're giving him the best possible chance on return on investment, but we're also saying, as an elected body, that this isn't acceptable in our town. I think that makes sense on both sides.
Right, we're not accepting him as our liquor license, as we gave him the authority to have a liquor license, we are not accepting that anymore.
Yeah, that is what this is. So it sounds like we can take a stab at a motion.
And if I may just clarify, just one point.
There's still some.
Should council decide to allow for the condition of a transfer, I would just ask for it to be defined as a transfer that's accepted by the authority, so that any transferee would still come before the authority for any possible
Yes.
questions.
all that would need to happen before the 12 months.
Yes, please, Michaela.
Okay. That makes sense as well. So we would be. Yeah. Yeah.
All right, I move to revoke but hold the license in abeyance for 1 year with potential for a transfer of the license with approval of city council or sale of the license. For the retail liquor store liquor license for 9 Stripes LLC, DBA, Arley Dale's Jug Liquor located at 220 North F Street, license number 03-22462.
Oh, and also that is accepted by the authority, the revocation or
said
sale? You said that part?
I think I
She said
said that right.
council.
Oh, council.
Oh, by the authority.
By
That's
authority.
okay. And
Sorry,
then
I
as
was
well
waiting
as-
for the word authority.
Well as put in there that if he
The
does the
violation.
violation again,
As well as any violation of law, liquor code, or liquor rules and regulation.
Okay, as well as any violation of liquor law, liquor rules, or
Any law,
any law.
any
Any law,
liquor
any
code,
liquor
or any
code.
liquor rules and regulation.
Or any liquor rules or regulation.
Does that
Second.
sound like something? Let me repeat back to you what I heard.
Listening.
So, I was. So we have a motion by Councilmember Martin, seconded by Councilmember Schreiner, and that is to hold it in, revoke in abeyance for 1 year. Hold it one, Okay, right, I wrote that part down. With an option to transfer or sell the license that is accepted by the authority. And under the stipulation that no violations to the laws, liquor rules and regulations, and liquor code in that year's time for the retail liquor store liquor license for Nine Stripes LLC DBA Arley Dale's Jug Liquor located at 220 North F Street, license number 03-22462. I think I heard that right. Any further discussion on that? Roll call.
Stevens?
Yes.
Rovansky?
Yes.
Pappenfort?
Yes.
Schreiner?
Yes.
Fontana?
Yes.
Martin?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Right, now we move to unfinished.
And Mayor, sorry, one more thing.
Oh,
If you
yeah.
could just advise the licensee of,
Oh, right, there was one last thing, and I even made a note to bring it up. Yes, Mr. Thornton, you, as the licensee, you have the right to appeal this decision within 28 days.
he cannot give you legal advice, unfortunately.
It would just be, the city.
You'd have to consult an attorney.
Anywho, okay, moving on to unfinished business. Ordinance 2026-10, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Salida, Colorado, approving a substantial modification of parcels VPA 1, VPA 7, VPA 8, and VPA 9 of the Vanderveer Ranch Plan Development area, also known as the South Arc neighborhood, to make clarifications, update architectural and dimensional standards, revise affordable housing, workforce provisions, and outline review procedures. This is a second reading and a public hearing, and I hereby open that public hearing with my words right now.
Mr. Mayor, I apologize. Could we do a 5-minute bathroom break? Is that okay?
Yes, in 5 minutes, I'll open up this public hearing because we need to go potty.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I need to see if there's a Diet Coke around here anywhere.
So you said
No, I was going to suggest it, actually. I was kind of surprised we were rolling.
Please, take a load off, Bill.
I can't start drinking it. I got 8 o'clock. At least not that.
I saw the thing and I didn't even say it. Oh. I think I need I think we like.
I could hear years saying the same.
Yeah, right.
Well, I don't need the trail I just walk right up the ridge. To do the big, I'm right, it's kind of
Oh, yeah.
getting down there.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, you try.
Yes, yeah. Being busy and interested and, yeah, it's nice to be here, me too.
Yeah. And I feel like this was a good way of just keeping.
I know, right?
What happens if he? What's the over/under that he? 3 months.
I think we're doing a pretty good job. We try to work with you.
It's the only thing I can think of.
We have a yelling.
The only thing I can think
Now, I don't know.
BLM and, you know, 2 months after. I was a military.
That's what I think it is, just do that. No, let's just go, let's just give ourselves autonomous, you know? I was checking out. I mean, I really believe in you. I really, really do. I can see why nobody.
I would say undercurrent. I mean the recovery.
I never want to do that again. I did. There's like one left in the. What? No, I know. It's in the fridge, Aaron. But don't take the one that's already open because somebody's trying to trick you.
Figures, but I just know in this county it's gotta be half of See, I
Like 5 seconds.
See, I hold my pay to make us so that we're super quick.
Oh, it's beautiful. Are you gonna get that? Shopping for food. Well, maybe not for food. And I said this to me. And my kids are like.
Listen, we know that this guy gets a little handsy.
We call them caftans now. It's fine.
That was an African term, isn't it?
I'll write down.
Hey, are we all here? Hey, wow, we're all back at the dais.
To get involved with the.
Yeah. That was.
I didn't even get to the door. I don't even know the
That was exactly 5 minutes. What are the? Oh, it's like super silly, isn't it? It's like,
Yeah, you do. We're unruly.
hear ye, hear ye. We're all back at the dais, and we're talking. What are we talking about?
Clap once so you can hear me.
All right. Oh,
Good job.
that was great. I'm going to use that. All right. Well, now I hereby open the public meeting, or public hearing, rather, public meeting, for staff to summarize their report.
All right, I'm going to call a false start on the mayor here on that one, but.
Do you want me to, should I read,
No, you don't have to.
26-10?
We're good, we're good. Evening, Mayor and Council. To round out the night as far as
that's a way to
big items, we do have in front of you the proposed amendments to the South Arc Neighborhood Plan Development Modification. Next slide, please. Real quick, going to go through a summary of the South Arc neighborhood and Vanderveer Ranch PD, which the city has owned since 2004 when it purchased approximately 200 acres, outlined there in the purple. The initial plan development or overall development plan, the ODP, was created in 2006. And the first substantial modification to the ODP happened in 2011. There were some transfers of about half of the property to private development in the interim between 2011 and 2019. The city retained the 100 or so acres on the west half of what you see there in the purple. There was one Confluent Park plan development modification that happened in 2019, and then we did the South Arc neighborhood plan development modification to the overall development plan in 2023. Next slide. So how this fits in the bigger picture, the blue was the original ODP plan. The green around it was the 2011 substantial modification. And out of that have come these three other substantial modifications: the Confluent Park one in purple, the South Arc neighborhood in yellow. And then tonight, what is in front of you is an amendment to that yellow one from 2023. Just a reminder, the South Ark neighborhood master plan public process did go on for approximately 1 year through much of 2023. We had fantastic turnout, participation in open houses, surveys, and other types of meetings that drew us to the ordinance that we have on the books today. Next slide. So these are two images that were approved via Ordinance 2023-16. On the left shows the extent of the residential neighborhood in orange, and that is approximately 32 acres. The green represents the remaining 64 acres or so that is intended for parks and open space. The image to the right shows the various phases of that residential development, and we are currently building out the infrastructure right now with the water, the wastewater, and backbone streets for all the phases, but focused on the development of phase 1 currently. Next slide. So the key points that came out of the master plan and Ordinance 2023-16 included up to 400 units and a mix of housing types, everything from single family detached all the way up to some larger multifamily, up to 10,000 square feet of small scale commercial allowed within the site. There are 3 sub-area zones, which I'll get to in a moment. I just mentioned the open space, which could include a variety of sports fields, potentially recreation facilities, and more. And then the original ordinance did have a requirement of a minimum 50% restricted affordable units. Next slide. These are the various neighborhood zone districts within the South Ark neighborhood. In the pink is sub-area 1, orange is sub-area 2, and the red is sub-area 3. Each of them have their own development and dimensional standards requirements. These are different than the phases, though, and there is a fair amount of overlap between the phases and the sub-areas. Phase 1, I will note, though, does include each of those individual sub-areas 1, 2, and 3. Next slide. Some basics, we went over this during the first reading of the ordinance, but just some basics context, excuse me, for affordable housing. That it's, contrary to some beliefs, affordable housing is not any cheaper really to build than market rate homes. Around here, we're still looking at costs of up to approximately $400 per square foot, just as a base for construction, even for these affordable units. But affordable housing that's restricted is also expected to be sold at or even below that cost to whoever is building it. Builders do take a sizable risk. They take out loans that have interest on them. There's always questions about the saleability. And generally speaking, builders and developers do not take on a project unless they're confident that they're going to make at least some level of profit. Affordable housing, this is kind of a general concept that it generally requires subsidies of some way, shape, and form. In this particular case with the South Ark neighborhood, the city has grants that have come from DOLA to help with the infrastructure, some partner contributions to go towards that infrastructure, as well as our own affordable housing funds to build out the backbone infrastructure and to help ensure that additional affordable housing above and beyond our inclusionary housing requirements happens. Unfortunately, over the last few years, we have seen considerable inflation in the cost of all construction, including infrastructure, and that has had a big impact on the costs that we're paying to get that done out there. Important to note, though affordable housing does often require subsidies, we are now entering a period in which other subsidy opportunities are anticipated to be very difficult to come by because of state budgetary cuts. And just kind of round it out, a reminder, no affordable housing gets built if no housing gets built. The development strategy out there at South Arc neighborhood has been and continues to be that we would build out that backbone infrastructure with all the contributions I mentioned before. We've brought on an owner's representative, David Starnes, who's here with us tonight, and who has had a variety of conversations with developers, architects, financing institutions. He can talk about that a little bit more in a bit. The plan is to issue a request for qualifications, RFQ, in order to develop out phase one in bulk lots with private developers. So a number of individual lots at one time, and they would need to meet whatever affordability parameters are on the books at that time. It's anticipated that those lots will be sold at or below market costs in order to try and get the affordability that is planned for this project. Those developers, once chosen and contracted, would be bound by development agreements to carry out what we have in place for these parameters. I have to mention as well, we of course do have some public and nonprofit housing partner involvement. Colorado Mountain College, the plan has been to transfer to them property in exchange for the money that they have contributed towards the infrastructure. And their plan is to build housing out there for their students who also tend to be our local workforce. We've been working with Chafee Housing Authority and the Chafee Housing Trust, talking with them about some potential involvement in possible construction out there as well. And then, assuming that this is successful, this same strategy is anticipated to be utilized in phases 1 and 2, or 2 and 3, excuse me.
Hey, Bill, really quick, how many lots are there?
So in phase 1, there's 55 lots. In phases 2 and 3, it should be, phases 2 and 3 together will be approximately the same amount in total, so 55 over 2 and 3. The RFQ, some questions came out in the first reading about what sort of evaluation criteria do we plan to use as far as choosing developers. So these are a couple snips from our draft RFQ. You're all the first to see it. Looking at the qualifications of the development team, the development approach, the housing types and products that the developer would plan to provide out there, as well as some details around the affordable and workforce housing strategy, which could include the potential of providing even more than what is required, looking at those proposals in that way. Next slide. Financial capacity of the developer to pull it off, track record. Have they been able to do this in the past? How many times? What level of affordability? So questions along those lines, the capital stack that they would be bringing to the table. And then, of course, project delivery and schedule. We would like to see this as soon as possible. How long will it take them to be able to pull this off? Throughout this process, and once we contract with the developer, the city does reserve the right to select one or multiple partners for all of these bulk lot developments. We're looking at about 6 or 7 bulk lots as part of phase 1 at this time. Could certainly negotiate with multiple respondents. I certainly can decline to select or go into contract with any of the other respondents. And if needed, we could issue a subsequent solicitation. This is the current anticipated timeline. Certainly could adjust. As I said, this is a draft, but we're looking to issue the RFQ later on this month, do some conferences and meetings with potential developers and respondents to the RFQ. The due date on this would be approximately 60 days out from the issuance, evaluation happening through parts of the summer, and eventually coming out in front of you all to approve the selection of the development partners and continue with the negotiation on those agreements. And so at this point, it's not anticipated that any ground will be broken until 2027. We'll still be working on infrastructure through the end of the summer anyways. So it will give folks an opportunity to kind of get everything together and plan to break ground in 2027. As far as the pricing strategy on the individual lots, I mentioned that the plan is to sell them at or below market costs. Really need to balance the vision of this particular development with our ability to actually complete the infrastructure and make back some of the money, honestly, that we have been spending towards phase one infrastructure. So we're taking into account the bulk lot sale strategy that I've mentioned. Market rate lots will be based off of three factors, primarily the rates via broker input, residual land value analysis, and appraiser opinion of values. The affordable unit lot, we intend to leave a lot more flexibility there to allow for the negotiations and to try to encourage as much affordability into it as we can. Okay, so with this, I'm going to turn things over to David to talk a little bit about why we are recommending some of the changes that we'll be talking about this evening. So, David?
Good evening, Council. David Starnes. So, as Bill mentioned, I'm the owner's rep for the city. Got engaged in January. I've been working in the real estate development field, consulting field for 25 years plus, advising municipalities and helping them with their real estate needs. I've also worked for local government in Boulder County, where I was helping the city negotiate deals with private developers to bring housing and commercial development. So I work both sides of the fence. I can help provide that perspective of the private sector developer hat, what makes things feasible, what makes things viable. And the ultimate goal, I think with this RFQ, you have this great master plan is to implement this vision. The city got the grant to put in the infrastructure, which is a big deal to cut down on that cost to help it make this project more viable. Because we have a housing crisis in Colorado. Workforce housing, affordable housing, market rate housing, it's just very expensive to build. And there's a lot of developers out there that, they will not undertake or do any housing unless they can have a reasonable return for their investment. Developers are all about managing risk. If there can be a shared risk, that makes it so much better for the opportunity to do this. And so as part of my engagement with the city back in January, tried to do a lot of outreach with the local Chaffee County and Salida home builders and developers, architects, engineers, and brokers and banks too. One, to gauge, particularly with the developers and with the home builders, to gauge their interest in responding to the forthcoming RFQ. Because, there's a lot of housing being built in Chaffee County, not just Salida. So there's a market question, like how much housing can realistically be absorbed in Chaffee and Salida, given the hundreds and hundreds of units that are being built in Poncha, Salida, and BV. So trying to get a better understanding of where these developers are they at capacity? Is there interest? Is there need? And then secondly is, with the PD that was approved, really providing their frank input on what they think and if that's a barrier for them to respond. Because if it's too cumbersome, if it's too onerous, there's a risk that there may not be interest. And so the ultimate goal, frankly, is to get interest from multiple developers. Because this isn't one lot with one developer, like a typical RFQ. This is 55 or 54 lots. CMC is not part of it. But this is 54 lots. It's going to take multiple developers. I don't think there's one developer out there to take this down because you have, again, phase one, you have 39 townhome lots, 10 single family lots, 2 duplex lots, and 2 multifamily lots. So there's going to take a range of developers, hopefully here locally, that will be interested in responding, but it may require some outreach as well in terms of the broader community to get an appropriate response so the city can evaluate and pick the right developer right developers. Because you, the city of Salida, you're a development partner. You're bringing infrastructure, you own the land. And so it needs to be a partnership and a collaboration between the public and private sector to bring this into fruition. And so just, some of the things that these development home builders group kind of mentioned, obviously there's macroeconomic factors, including interest rates, tariffs, cost of capital, things that aren't really in the city's control. that impact whether a developer wants to go forward or not, because it has to be a certain return on investment, to undertake, the risk that they're doing. But, within the PD itself, there's, certain things like if a nonprofit housing developer was going to do affordable housing, they wouldn't have counted towards that affordable housing requirement. So there's things I think that should be kind of fixed in the PD to make it more attractive to get developers. Also in terms of the level of affordable and workforce, I think there's strong opportunities, and we've had some initial conversations with CHT and CHA, that if they're interested, I think they are, they're here. It's part of, providing that kind of workforce and affordable, that could really bump up ultimately, and there's a forthcoming table, to above that 50%. 2/3 of the first phase could be affordable workforce restricted housing. So this is something to kind of consider when you look at the future opportunities for this initial, phase one. I think it's really important to get off the ground to show success, because with phase two and phase three, if there's good housing that's coming in there, that's just going to lend value or increase value to those future phases in terms of land. So to be able to show the development community that Salida is a strong partner, it's going to make it easier down the line to sell the lots maybe at a higher price. We just have to see how this plays out because in this first phase, because it's so new. It's like a giant puzzle that the city is trying to implement that's a little bit atypical, but I think with Salida being a great community in Chaffey County, that we can get some strong development interest if this RFQ is positioned properly and marketed properly, and having that level of public-private partnership between the city and the development community kind of to move this forward. Next slide. Do I have those amendments?
Yeah. Yep. So just an overview of the proposed amendments for this PD modification. Go ahead. There's 4 primary areas that we're looking to modify: general clarifications, architectural and dimensional standards, affordable and workforce housing requirements, and clarification of development review. So I'll go through each of those as quickly as I can. Just generally, we made some updates of the exhibits to account for some land that's been deemed to be unbuildable and put that in the open space category. ADU caps were eliminated per state law, which recently was passed. We clarified single-family detached as a use within the code itself or within the PD. Alleys had always been intended to be allowed for frontage, and we just made that more clear in the language of the PD. There are other grammatical edits. Next, we are attempting to clarify the side setbacks for attached units, which are 0 because they're attached. We are increasing the minimum density for the SA2 zone slightly to line up with the lot sizes that are out in SA2 to make sure that those can be buildable. And then a few other small changes to roof form, allowance of courtyard type housing, and front door designs. Number 3, and I'm sure this is the one of most interest to most of you, is just a summary. Currently, 1 out of 2 units out in the South Arc neighborhood are required to be restricted affordable. The proposal is to change that to a more feasible 1 out of 3, or 33% for phase 1 only. Also, as David just mentioned, clarifying that public or nonprofit housing units developed by those organizations could indeed count towards the affordability requirements. This is proposed to apply to all phases, not just phase 1. Non-income-based workforce units. The current ordinance required that 1 out of 4 of those units be made available for the local workforce, but not dependent on anybody's incomes. This proposal is to reduce that to 10% in phase 1 only, because of it being such a brand new concept that has not yet been proven and has, according to David's conversations with folks, could create some issues and some challenges when you combine it, especially with the affordability requirements. The minimum number of rental and for sale units initially in the ordinance, they were trying to create some parity, so a minimum of 40% of either rental or for sale, to provide a little bit more flexibility to try to meet whatever the greatest need may be on the affordability side. We're proposing to drop that to 25% as the minimum for either one of those, which would apply to all phases. The next two were not specifically called out during our conversations with Planning Commission, so I did star them, but this was to make sure that all the rest of the requirements get transferred and translated into the requirements for the developers under those bulk lot sales. And so a minimum of 1 out of 6 units would be required to be restricted as affordable for these private developers, and then another 1 out of 6 would need to be restricted for those non-income-based workforce housing units. Again, these are both in phase 1 only. And then lastly, the timing of COs, a certificate of occupancies, reduced from 1 in 3, which is could be very challenging as far as the financing goes for a developer that's trying to provide the affordable housing, where they do need to be paying back on the interest of their loans. It flexed it out to 1 out of 6, so that 1 unit would need to be affordable for every 5 that were market rate. And of course, they would be likely to take advantage of that at the beginning, and then we would see more of those affordable units come on towards the end, but they could be paying off their debt while they're building all of these at the same time, and that's just in phase 1 as well. All right, David's gonna speak to this particular table as he had mentioned about it earlier. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I think this table is really helpful to kind of understand the existing PD in terms of the requirements, and then scenarios based on recommendations and how this could potentially play out, because we don't ultimately know. It depends on the developers and what they propose. I guess what I would say is, in terms of modifications, the existing with the recommendations is a base. You know, it's the floor of what the changes are recommended. As part of this, as Bill had mentioned, the RFQ process allows the city to negotiate specifically for potentially more affordable. If a developer says wants to take a block of 8, say townhomes, right now, they have to do 50%, but under the current, staff recommendation would be, 1/3 of that. But if the city is willing to say offer, maybe reduce the price of 2 more lots to attract more affordable, that's where that could happen. So hypothetically, under that scenario, you could have the developer do 50%, under a negotiated deal per the RFQ. So I guess what I would say, the PD is the floor, but there's additional opportunities to have additional affordable and workforce as part of the negotiations with each of the selected developers for these bulk lot sales. So that gives the flexibility, because we just don't know who's going to respond, what they're going to be interested in. And so I think the goal was to structure this thing to provide maximum flexibility to get a positive and strong response, and then work with the selected developers to negotiate those deals as part of the land purchase and sale agreements. So you can see let's just play out scenario C, 33% of the workforce, and then 10% of the non-income base. That's about 43 of the 150 units will be that kind of restricted units. But
65 of the units, 43%.
Yeah, 43%. But that doesn't include potentially CHT and CHA. If CHT and CHA get involved, and there's 2 multifamily lots there, and let's say they develop on that could add another 34 units, would bump up the total restricted affordable workforce housing to about 66%. So I think there's flexibility in how this could play out to get additional workforce and affordable as the project progresses. And again, this is just for phase 1.
And just to be clear, scenario A is how the ordinance is currently written. Scenario B is the Planning Commission's recommendations, and I'll get into a little bit more of that. Their recommendation along the lines of the non-income-based units differ from staff's recommendation, which is scenario C. And then scenario D was what David was just talking about. It's scenario C plus additional affordable units from CHT and/or CHA. Next slide. So the last category of changes that are being proposed include just clarification of various development review procedures to make it a little bit more digestible for potential developers who may respond to the RFQ, and clarifying specifically what the review procedures would be as they come forth with various building permits or land use applications, who would review it, who would provide the decision, and just also clarifying a couple of the use types that were inadvertently omitted from a couple of the sub-area zones as well. Next slide. So with any of these PD modifications, of course, we have review standards that do need to be met towards the approval of any modification. I'm not going to read them out there for you, but there were 4 general approval criteria that are stated there and are included in the council action form. Staff does believe that all 4 of these are met. Next slide. I'm sorry, and there's actually 7 of them, but the additional approval criteria for rezonings. And then the next slide also shows, additional criteria for modification to an existing PD. We can certainly talk about these in any depth that you would like to. Keep going. So the Planning Commission recommendation, I just want to be very clear about what that was. We brought all these changes to them. Planning Commission did support all the recommended changes with the following individual differences. The originally it was brought forth to go after 33% for all phases. Planning Commission recommend that it apply to phase 1 only. Staff supports that. It was brought to them to change the non-income based workforce units from 25% down to 10%. They opted to stay with the 25% recommendation. And then they also wanted to remove the first right of refusal for rental units and just apply it to the for sale units on those non-income based workforce units. There's a 90-day first right of refusal. The last 2 bullet points are kind of tied together. Planning Commission did feel like the reoccurring first right of refusal sort of negated the need to reduce it from 25% down to 10% on those non-income based workforce units, but we can get into that a little bit more here in a moment. Staff's recommendation and the recommended motion is in line with Planning Commission's recommendation with the exception of the non-income based workforce units that are being proposed to be reduced to 10%, but just for phase 1. And the recommended motion is up there before you. And with that, we can certainly take any questions that you might have.
But of course, first, public comment. You always end your presentations with ask me questions right now.
Well,
that is not what it's telling me here.
Clarification question.
I read the paper tells me that's not yet. Okay, so public comment. Interested persons from the general public may speak. And it can also probably a good opportunity for you to finish up what you were saying many hours ago.
Well, I apologize. I hadn't been to council in a while. I'm here only because Reed McCullough is flying in from California, and I've tried to get up to speed on this, but it's pretty difficult, Bill. Thanks. I guess I'll start where I ended, pretty much, is it is the recommendation of the Chafee Housing Trust that any affordable unit decrease realized in phase 1 must be offset by an equal increase in affordable homes in phases 2 and 3. The direction given by the community at the time of the initial approval should be respected. A phase 1 reduction may be smart in the current economic conditions of development, deferring the requirement of buildings whose building those 25 affordable units in phase one to a later date allows for construction to begin and preserves the community's intent to achieve at least 50% affordability in the overall South Arc development. Really like David's idea that, maybe more, but we want to have that baseline. If at that time, with the experience of phase one underway, council could reassess the project and make adjustments. Until then, the option of achieving the community's goals must be preserved. We agree that the Chaffee Housing Authority's suggestion that projects that include partnerships with the Chaffee Housing Trust and/or Habitat for Humanity should be given priority or extra points in the scoring rubric. While requiring affordable homes to be built prior to or in equal proportion to market rate units completed, that may not be practical. I think you were talking about that as well. Financing and funding subsidized housing is prone to delays and funding scarcity. We've experienced that, a lot of delays in our buildings. Should a developer encounter this challenge, a process should be in place to mitigate the issue without delaying market rate progress. Any housing built helps reduce the challenge of housing scarcity. We're not against people making money on housing. We just want to make sure there's some affordable housing too. Lastly, a right of first refusal for existing local residents, buyers during the first 90 days of marketing and sales of any homes in the South Arc should be preserved. I believe that was discussed already, wasn't it? Did you mention that?
Yeah.
Okay. It would be a no-cost requirement for developers that achieve the community's goal of serving locals first. Developers can still develop a wait list for out-of-county buyers while prioritizing the local need. Marketing to locals first can precede construction such that local buyers are identified and under contract well before completion of homes, giving developers time to successfully.
I have to do it again. I have to, it's 3 minutes again.
I'm done.
Oh, good. Really? Yes. Thank you. It stresses me out. I had to do it twice. Thank you, Ken. Marjo, Sirgus.
What happened to the dinger?
I'm the dinger. I'm attentive.
You had a gavel. Hi, everybody. Good to see you. Before I start, just Commissioner Peppenforth had come up to me to say she wanted me to go more briefly into a document that I shared. I had intended in using this 3 minutes just to focus on one point. So,
No, you can do that because I'm going to defer my report time to you. Go ahead and do your thing.
All right. I'm nice to see everybody. Thanks for all of your good work on this. I want to focus in on this income restricted sort of NOFO consideration and just provide some context that I think is important. I like idealism. I like aspiration. I think let's look into it. But I just want to highlight some realities on how this works. Currently, there are laws that sort of govern housing decision-making. We have fair housing rules, and then believe it or not, the Commerce Clause comes into play. With a ROFR, a right of first refusal, we currently at the state have that entitled to us as both housing authorities and as local governments. There is very specific, detailed language about that decision-making process on when those conditions are met, and the enforcement mechanism is civil court if it is violated. And so as you're considering these different options for this, it sounds great to say, oh, first right of refusal, 90 days. It's more complicated than that, and we're currently grappling with, even within the Housing Authority, how to approach the 10-day right of first refusal for a city of Salida, local in inclusionary housing over a county participant. We are fortunate to have guidelines that tell us who a local is, who's qualified,
And so not only do you need to figure out the very strategic process of timelines of decision-making, information, notification, all of these things that I've sort of highlighted in this report, but also to define who is the local. How are you going to define that? Is it per your guidelines? Because those folks do not qualify for market rate housing, I can guarantee you that. So defining what that is it a residency requirement, whatever. So I just want to say that while I support you in your decision-making, whatever you need to do, that one to me was procedurally one of the most complex aspects of everything in this packet. And I just wanted to highlight that more in my couple of minutes. So thank you.
Thanks. Hal Tuttle. Oh, there he is. All right.
Hey. Thanks, everyone. My comment is simply that I think when we think about the rising costs of this project, you also have to consider what the cost is of reducing the amount of affordable housing in this. You consider the rising costs of this project. I think obviously the adjustment, the recommendation to ensure that the entire project stays at the 50% requirement is essential. But I think you should also consider the cost that even a delay in that, in the amount of affordable housing will directly result in people leaving the community because they can't afford housing and can't afford to pay the market rate for these new developments. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Okay, and we have last name Malel. First Mallet. There's no crossing the T's there.
I'm Jerry Mallet, former county commissioner.
I love it.
And it's not going to go away. And it's going to accelerate. We've got a very unstable federal government. And the state government has limited funds. And I deal in a nonprofit on a daily basis. I have since 1966. And those funds have dried up across the board. And all I ask is to stay with the 1 to 2. If it gets to be crossfire this fall, you make a change. But I'm guessing that project's going to be under severe restrictions very quickly. And over the last 5 or 6 years, this property's in trust. It's not a normal project that somebody could come in, and I enjoy the enthusiasm of the staff. But if you look at the real world, we live in a bubble here in Chaffee County. The sky today is like it always is, extremely clear. We got 4 raindrops on the way in, and we have a severe drought. I deal in water. I've dealt in water since 1968. I'm the founder of American Rivers. I've been a river runner. I deal on water projects on a daily basis. And when the word comes out, we have a drought similar to 2002, please take note. The drought we have goes back to 1200. In 1275 and 1290, we had a 28-year drought. In the 1800s, we had a drought that lasted 7 years. The estimation on this drought could be 3 to 5 years. Our economy is based on that river. The recreation industry here, river running commercially is $68 million. The private river runner and private fishery probably matches that. During the pandemic, you guys had the best sales tax you ever had. And I say I live right above Vanderveer, and the trail people that were up there were phenomenal. That was the golden period. So all I'm saying is be cautious. I hope you look at scenarios, because I think the scenario that's on the table today is not feasible. And not that I'm a pessimist. I did a number of projects in this county. Early Childhood Center, the Tauber Building, and the river parks. I'm responsible for most of the volunteer flows in the river. When I worked with Tim Glenn, we did the Superfund project, and Senator Salazar when we did the
Mr.
volunteer
Mallet,
program.
We're all out of time.
Hey, I appreciate the comments.
Thank you, appreciate it.
I will send in written comments. Thanks very much.
Is there anybody online?
No one with their hand raised.
Okay. All right, so that, is there any rebuttal from staff or questions of anybody who spoke, or even a closing statement?
No questions. I'll just say that I think that everybody's goal here is the same that you've heard from this evening, that we want to try to get affordable housing out there at South Ark. And to Mr. Tuttle's point, we want to do it quickly. And the entire point of these recommended changes is that it's been determined that under the current ordinance, getting that affordable housing out there is going to be much more challenging. And it's worth making the tweaks now to help ensure that we can get phase one built, get the affordable housing that is promised as part of phase one, and then hopefully, as David Starnes mentioned earlier, increase the value of the lots out there because we have momentum. And so that in phases 2 and 3, your chances of getting even more affordable housing is elevated, and the values of those lots are elevated in kind. So, yeah, with that, we can take any questions that you might have.
And before we ask questions of anybody who spoke previously, we got like 9 minutes left, so maybe a motion to extend this meeting, because I really just don't want to go home, guys.
Mr. Mayor, I move to extend this meeting until 9:30.
All right, we got a motion by Councilmember Martin, seconded by Councilmember Pappenford, and that is to extend the meeting to 9:30. Can we get a roll call on that?
Schreiner?
Yes.
Fontana?
Yes.
Pappenfort?
Yes.
Martin?
Yes.
Stevens?
Yes.
Rovinsky?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Well, I love that optimism, 30 minutes. So yeah, well, council, any questions of anybody who spoke or offered testimony? Yeah, we'll go down the line.
I just, mine wasn't so much spoken. I think, Bill, you mentioned it. Tell me about the ADUs. And I know there was a letter submitted by Marjo, the CHA, I shouldn't just say you, but yes, you. CHA talking about the ADUs, and you mentioned it. How do those factor into this?
For one, ADUs are not considered affordable units, either under our inclusionary housing code or under this ordinance. The recommended change is that under the original ordinance, there was a maximum, a cap to the number of ADUs that could be built out there at the South Ark. Recent state legislation, I don't recall the Senate bill number. What was it?
Prop 123, right?
No, actually, it was more recent than that. It was a Senate bill. 2474 or something. There you go.
Write that down.
Basically said that if ADUs are allowed in the community and they can meet the dimensional standards, we can't put a limit to the number of them in any one location. Basically, everybody's under the same rules as everybody else. So in that case, if there's, say, approximately 100 lots out there, then technically you could have up to 100 ADUs. Now, that's not going to happen because, you'll have some multifamily apartments on some of them that are not likely to have any ADUs. A lot of the lots tend to be fairly small and really just don't have the room for it. But we're just removing that particular restriction from the
Do you
ordinance.
know the numbers that would possibly be there, and any of, no?
I honestly don't think it's going to be much more than what was in the ordinance itself.
Okay.
Somewhere in maybe the vicinity of 40 or maybe 50, somewhere basically around there. Yeah, because it's specific to the single-family lots where we would likely see the ADUs. and
Okay,
that's
so that could
approximately
be
how many.
40 of those, even though they're not considered affordable housing, they're just considered more housing available.
Yeah, and as you know, accessory dwelling units around here tend to be a little bit more naturally affordable because they're not the primary unit. You're on property that might be owned by somebody else. It's a smaller unit. So those tend to rent for a lot less, and they can't be sold. They have to be rented.
Right, okay.
That's not accurate. I just want to point out that they aren't typically like more affordable. I just want to point that out.
My guess is that you're 100% correct. That theoretically, and Marjo's
Like
saying,
ideally, they're more affordable, but they aren't.
I mean, the analysis we've done is that ADUs and it's been just basically off of rental listings that we've seen, that they tend to be less than primary units being rented in general. Maybe not, and maybe more akin to apartment complex units as opposed to primary single-family dwelling units. But that's a fairly informal
And I think that the main point was that that doesn't factor into that number of affordability we're shooting for at the end of the day, is what it sounded like you were
Exactly.
trying
It
to.
doesn't factor into that 2-to-1 or 3-to-1, but it puts more units out there, which supply and demand hopefully factors into making those more affordable. If you have 40 more units out there,
Sure.
hopefully then they are more affordable if someone can build a ADU on 40 lots, 40 more structures. That was my point. Yep.
Any, okay, down the line, yeah.
I have a bunch of questions. I'm going to try to stick to the succinct and most relevant. I want to clarify that scenario D in the table, that was several slides back.
Yep.
So when one of the amendments is clarifying that the CHA or housing trust units or any of the nonprofit partner units can be counted toward the formula. That's what we're being asked to clarify here, among other things. That's one of the things we're being asked to clarify, and that is represented in scenario D, correct? Don't tell me it's more complicated than that, Bill.
It's always more complicated.
I have a sneaking suspicion.
No, so the request to allow for the public or nonprofit units to count towards the affordability is across the board, because currently the ordinance does not allow those to be counted towards affordability. They're like basically taken out of the equation towards the 50% that's on,
Right,
that we're
yes.
talking about. So it basically would mean that, especially if you factor in CMC as part of phase one with the 36 units or so that they're talking about right now.
We are in scenario D.
No, that's actually, so in scenario D is we're talking about
It's fine.
Chafee Housing Trust and the Chafee Housing Authority.
Okay.
That's on top of the units anticipated from CMC. So the units anticipated from CMC are actually in that first line of percentage of affordable workforce units required. It'd be part of the 50 units that would be met, right?
So scenario D is the proposal y'all are making to reduce to 33%, but counting these 8 townhomes and 26 apartments.
Correct.
Such that it brings the total to 66%.
Correct, yeah, exactly. Scenario D is scenario C with the potential of CHT
Including
and
these other things.
CHA units.
And they're
correct.
not included right now. Why?
Because there's, currently, they're not gonna own any lots. As of right now, CMC, we're already planning on giving them one of the lots to build their apartments because they gave us money to help do the infrastructure. So that's already factored in. They've already said that they're planning on building 36 units. We have not had detailed negotiations or discussions with CHT or CHA as of yet. We haven't, issued the RFQ as of yet.
Got it.
That is just potential.
Okay, I
guess I
give
wanna
someone else the
take a
turn
beat.
and then-
Yeah, I guess I just want to point out that like those number potential, like that's also applies to the other scenarios.
Correct.
Like the
bottom
8,
row there.
yeah, like the
Okay.
8 CHT and 26 CHA.
Okay.
That applies to all of them. I wasn't planning on going next, but I guess I will. I guess I'm already talking. So
You don't have
Yeah,
to, yeah.
Mine's quick and easy. David, I have a question for you. And this is only to prevent me from inferring. So Ken's idea of recouping those lost affordable units in phase 2 and 3, which from Marjo's number, I believe is around 25 and a half. Thank you, Marjo, for that number in here. you seem to think that if phase one is successful with these changes, that phase 2 and 3 becomes sunnier and more beautiful, and maybe we could recoup those units back. That's what I'm inferring. Is that true to infer?
Yeah, I think it's really important to get off the ground with the right step and to show the development community and the home builder community that the city's a strong partner. And I think if there's success in phase one, with the housing being built, one that's going to lend to, I would assume, again, I'm not an appraiser, but an increase in those lot values for the future phase, because now developers and home builders see that this project's got some initial success. And that provides, I think, additional flexibility and negotiation for the city for those future phases to require more affordability in that. And because they own the land, they have that kind of opportunity to negotiate harder, I think. So just my opinion, my professional opinion, yes, I do think it would lend that for those future phases.
Great, thank you.
Moving on.
So are we only talking about phase one tonight? That's what the vote is about?
With certain elements, it's phase one only. So the affordable
I got that.
units.
But are we voting tonight on the whole plan, the phase 2 and 3?
Yes,
Such
technically
if
it's
we want to raise those affordable numbers there, we have to do it now?
No, you could do that at a later stage.
Okay.
For sure. But those affordable changes that we're talking about are just
Phase one
applying to
only.
phase one.
Got that part.
Yeah. Can you show up the slide that shows like what applies to all phases and then what?
Yes, sure. Could you go to number 3? I think
it's-
that's probably the best one.
Yeah, so, that one was, it just showed that there was some that implicate all phases. Was that what, you were on it?
The number
and
3
then-
one that we were just looking at, or were you looking for something else?
I think he's looking for the one that outlines what we're supposed to decide about today.
Yeah, the,
Bullet points?
yeah, but the red, yeah. Thank you. Yeah, so,
so
yeah, and
there's
then I
2
guess
pages.
the one, yeah, and the one before it too, that just shows like, that those all applies to all phases, and then there's one on the other side that applies to all phases as well.
So can I have some questions about how we arrived. I guess I perceived that we were lowering from 50 to 33 because we had not had success in finding developers who were interested in doing it at that rate. Now, I think what I'm understanding more clearly today is that we have not done an RFQ yet. But David, I think this question is for you. You have some reason for making this recommendation, and you said in your memo that you could perhaps share some like high-level feedback that you received. So I'd like to hear that if you can.
Yeah. So I talked to a fair number of Chafee housing developers and home builders who've built in the county and Salida, and they know Salida, they know the code, they looked at the PD. I talked about the PD because they predate me, so they were very familiar with how this PD got adopted and the whole master planning process. And what they told me is, as it's written, it's incredibly burdensome for them to respond, particularly with the 50% requirement and given all the costs and everything kind of factored in. And I said, okay, what are the things that would help you be interested in responding? Aside from, they have a secondary issue of like a capacity. They don't have enough, to do that. And like, these are some of the suggested changes, which is I mentioned it in here about reducing the 50 to 33. The non-income-based workforce housing I completely agree that, and so, that it's very important to do that. It's just how that, as Marjorie mentioned, how that rolls out and how that is done. Because I don't think there's a strong track record and how lenders view that too. Because one of the things that was an issue in the PD was tying a CO of a market rate unit to a CO of a affordable unit when they're not in the same bulk lot sale. Meaning you could have a developer doing market rate units and they're not doing the affordable rate then, and they can't get their COs until another developer, another bulk lot finishes that. And so, I met with 2 lenders who are very active here in Salida, and I was like, that's a red flag. So the ability to secure a construction loan for that developer and home builder with that type of requirement would be, in their opinion, incredibly burdensome. So these are some of the things that they had mentioned about kind of unbuckling things to kind of make it more flexible and responsive. Now, I will say again, with this being the floor, the goal is, as part of the RFQ, which hasn't been released, we're working on it now, we have evaluation criteria now, and maybe one of the things is like, hey, as part of the responses, if some of these developers could do ADUs, that gives them extra bonus points. I don't know, I just don't know, we don't know what the response is going to be and what they're going to do. And so I think as part of the evaluation, providing that additional level can help get a better response. Does that help answer that question?
Yes, and I think, I hope I'm not stepping on your question here. One follow-up I would have is I noticed that it being a local developer was in the criteria, in the evaluation criteria. Is that part of what's, I mean, I don't know why that's there. I can totally see why that would be a value. But is that going to limit, I mean, should we be limiting ourselves by just having it be local developers? That's a legit,
We
I
actually
don't know.
have, in our procurement rules, we give a discount to local
Okay.
vendors, so it just kind of
like a
carried
10%?
over into
Okay.
this.
Got it.
Yeah,
Not a
it's
requirement. So we could theoretically, if we don't have a ton of success, decide, okay, we're gonna open it up to other people?
It'll go out, we would never just advertise it.
Got it.
Here
Got it.
locally, it would.
It's just
it
an
would be-
evaluation criteria, not a requirement.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Points.
Got it.
Yeah, we have a whole we'll have a separate marketing strategy to bring this out to everyone. But yeah, there's direct emails to local builders, would send them the RFQ and then reach out to them directly, but it'll go broad statewide.
So then there hasn't been, I'm assuming then, like much outreach, David, to people outside of this community to see what interest is or capacity for other developers that are not local.
No, I mean, I have, to be honest, a giant Rolodex of developers that I've worked with in the Front Range and in the state. They're not going to like look at this PD and give me input now before it's released. The goal is to kind of hold our cards, and so I could reach out to them directly as part of the marketing process. Hey, this is a great opportunity. Salida, you can do affordable housing, your workforce housing. Would you be interested in responding? So yeah, so the outreach to date has been within Chaffee County.
So we don't know what the interest would be of other developers that are not in
Correct.
this county.
Correct.
So there could be interest.
I hope there's interest. I mean, there's also developers that specialize in affordable and workforce housing. There's a whole list there. They utilize Prop 123 funding.
Have you reached out to them specifically?
So I'm also the affordable housing liaison for the town center in San Luis Valley. We're managing a North 90 project, which is with a local housing developer that we selected through an RFQ process. And so I reach out to him. Hopefully he's interested as well. But yeah, so there's some entities and developers, because developers are, they have their food groups, meaning they specialize just in workforce housing or affordable, or they do market rate. And so the goal is to kind of outreach as much as possible to get market rate developers and also affordable and workforce housing developers, because they understand the complexities of delivering. I mean, the concern is obviously with Prop 1.2, and that's a big source of this potential funding. I know there's a middle income housing tax credit, which got rolled out last year. And so it's a source of equity for these developers to do these types of things. So I'm hopeful that they are interested.
Yeah, I guess the point I'm making is that the proposal is to change this to 33% without knowing for sure that we can't commit to this 50% that we have committed to our constituents. Like your assessment is based off of a rural community and like our access to what we have for infrastructure and materials, which is very different than what folks have for the Front Range or just bigger cities in general and different states. It doesn't have to be Colorado.
Sure.
So that is why I'm asking. So thank you for clarifying that we haven't done any outreach other than Chaffee County.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, sure.
In saying some of that, I know that our local developers have ideas of how much it costs to develop here. What is our labor? What is the land worth? What is in the soil? What is the cost for lumber here? How much does it cost to ship it here? How much does it cost to buy local? So I think starting at the local level and asking people here, you know, just like Sweeties, just like at Ace, I pay so much an hour, they pay so much an hour. So I think asking those local people to start this process is not out of the question. And we do give preference to locals as they receive bids or as they put in their numbers. So I don't think that's out of the question to start this process.
I'm not saying it's out of the question to ask local. It's just that the focus of this project is not local developers. It is development for locals. So if that means that we need to go outside of Chaffey County in order to fulfill our promise to our community, then that's what we need to do. Yeah.
If I can't,
I guess having done this before, how often do you cast such a net at this stage of the process?
So this is like a tactical, we're trying to balance the city's policy and goals for providing affordable workforce housing. At the same time, we're trying to provide housing in general. And so, I think it's been incredibly beneficial because the home builders here and developers here know Salida better than anyone, better than me. I mean, that's the first people I reach out to. It's like, hey, what's going on in this community? What's working well? What's not working well? Would you mention the South Arc? Developers I work with in the Front Range, they can be well capitalized. But would they be interested in this? I hope so. I have an initial conversation with some of my development friends, and I mentioned this to them, but they're like, yeah, send me the RFQ when it's out. They don't they're not ready to kind of talk this until they actually receive the document and kind of review it and then kind of make that decision that way. And that's why that's why my initial thought is like, I'm not going to blanket them right now with something that is not approved and done because they want to see they want to see what they can do. And then I think that gives us most likely a positive response from them once there's a final document, something they can review, and then I can meet with them one-on-one or however, as part of my outreach to see if they'd be willing to respond.
It seems like it's a difference in like strategy or approach. So I think, Councilperson Martin is saying, well, we don't want to put out a RFP that already lowers our floor if we aren't sure that there's not going to be anybody who wants to just do the thing.
Exactly.
And I think what I heard you say earlier is you want the floor to be a little lower so you can have some wiggle room for negotiating or bringing people in the door that might otherwise just shut it down from the get-go.
Yeah.
It's just a difference.
We're trying to balance the response with the requirements. And then again, I'd say with the RFQ, this is the opportunity for the city to negotiate for that more in the later phase. But it's trying to figure out again, optimizing this process to get a strong response.
Sure. And Trustee, oh no, okay. Any other questions of staff or anybody who spoke also, by the way, before I close the.
I'm curious if the Housing Authority has, planned money for developing 26 units. I guess yeah.
It grows on trees. No problem with money right now, right? Part of the context that I shared with you is, we've brought almost $17 million into this county with partners in development to build affordable housing. Often either, 20 units, 33 units, 60 units. We're still struggling with affordability on some of those. It does require subsidies, even when we're at the table. I think in this project, there's opportunities to be creative. And we just scheduled a work session for you this morning, so you'll hear more about it from me. Prop 123 has been our biggest bonus, and there will not be money in Prop 123 at least not a lot of money. They're taking 130 million out to redirect towards the 25-26 deficit. So from July 1st, 2026 to June 30th, 2027, Prop 123 will not be issuing grants. This is still to be voted on by the legislature, but that's what's coming out of Finance Committee recommendations. And so we are looking at that as what are other ways in which we can engage. We do have some savings from Jane's Place construction, but depending on how much a block or a lot costs, will determine whether we can hold it. So, on December 1st, are we ready to spend $1 million? No, we are not. We have to go in grant cycles. So in working with any nonprofit affordable housing developer, you're always going to need to be conscious of when they can apply for money to buy something. It requires a little more time. We're not going to be the first ones to respond on any of that. Usually it's a negotiation and we go through a process. We have to go through grant cycles. We look for money, all of those sorts of things. We might be able to do earnest money. But yeah, would we be interested in developing a partnership with developers to help them increase the depth of affordability? With inclusionary housing to date, it has been market driven. You're using you're subsidizing the affordable units by the sale of the market rate units. What we have not done with any of those yet is partner with them to see if we can't get some of those units to lower price points. And I think there's some opportunities to maybe there's not as much breadth of units produced, but maybe we really focus in on how do we get to some deeper affordability that's different from what's already coming out of inclusionary housing. And just for context on inclusionary housing, a lot of counties have 30% as their inclusionary housing number. That's what it is in Santa Fe, right? It's been that way for a really long time. So
30% AMI?
30% of total affordable housing development, but they're building at larger scales. And so when we're talking about, Front Range, super capitalized, are these projects going to be large enough that they want to come all the way over here, bring their crews and do it and get the returns? So there's a lot of factors and unknowns. There are other pools of money like DOH still, at least at this moment, has funding. And, we've recently brought $3.3 million in HDG grants. You've gotten some. There are some other pools. So I say go into this with some open minds on what's happening in affordable housing funding in the state, because it is going to be challenging. But depending on how you're doing this, buying the land is one thing, getting your capital stack is another. So there's kind of two different phases in this.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll just add to that. Marja makes a great point. The intent has been to try to get phase one built as soon as possible. And the easiest and quickest way to get a development done is through traditional financing. That is a developer being able to take money from a bank and be able to build immediately. When you are dependent on grants, like what Marja's talking about, often it takes multiple cycles. Let's look at First and D.
Yes.
We've been sitting on that property now for 3 years not because it's a bad project, but because it's just getting in line to be able to get the grant monies it needs to get started. And if we are relying on a project that cannot be done through traditional financing and everybody is going to be reliant on grants, we might have a piece of property sitting out there vacant for multiple years. And so what we're trying to do here is make it feasible for some developers to be able to do it through traditional financing methods and hopefully work with folks like CHA and CHT who will go after grants to bring additional affordable housing.
And I had a question for Mr. Mallett, who spoke. You said that it's only gonna get worse come fall. You mentioned that there's just gonna be this further inability for developers to deliver what we're looking for by the fall. So I guess my question was at what point then should we be doing this project? Is I just was from the tone, wasn't really matching what you were saying. If we wait any longer, it's gonna get worse, but we shouldn't act now.
Well,
So I'm trying to
we've got
figure out
a
both.
brave new world, good news, bad news, and that's happened recently. Interest rates may go down, but that end of the equation, because of inflation, gas goes up, food goes up, their health care's gone. If we have 2% interest rate, they still can't buy a house. I've talked to realtors in the county now. They have anywhere from 5 to 9 months before sales are going. Both the nonprofits, they do an excellent job. It took me 3 years to recruit Marjo to come over here. I had to give her a kayak. Foundation money is gone. It's gone, Mayor. It's not there. Like I said, I've done this since '66. I funded the River Park. I funded the new childhood center, Talbert Building. Those dollars aren't here anymore. And the recession we're gonna see is gonna be earth-shaking. I think you need to play that scenario. I mean, Bill does a great job of selling. He's very optimistic, super. But that low-end people are not gonna show up. They're not there. And that's what this project was. You hold that property in trust for the affordable housing. The downside, good side, if you went outside and somebody had the resources to buy lumber, and I deal in the forestry business all the time. Canada does not send any softwood down. You know, our leader took the tariffs off of it. I deal with the Forest Service and I have for 50 years. They're not set up to bring 2x4s out of the forest. Every timber sale they put up is hit with a lawsuit. Those lawsuits are gonna take 3 to 5 years. The court backup on that stuff is phenomenal. So the housing market and the developers are in trouble. Like I've talked to 4 realtors, they've got surplus they don't have. Marjo has surplus she can't sell. It's not gonna get any better, and I think you need to play that scenario. I mean, I definitely, and I look at that, I've looked at that hill for 25 years. I used to see 80 elk down there. It was a mixed bag, but being on the housing trust or starting it, I really support housing, and I don't think you're looking at the scenarios. What if in 6 months this thing goes south, you're gonna have a bunch of property out there and curbs and gutters and no buildings. I know the opposite, but I would play the downside scenario very seriously. I mean, we got real problems at the head. We tacoed this morning or this afternoon at 8 o'clock. We didn't take out Iran, but that's on the table. Tactical nukes are on the table. You have to understand that. This is a whole new world.
So the longer we go into the future, the harder.
It's a tough one. I'd like to see that. But I hate to see you now at this time go 1 to 3, because in the fall it's going to be 1 to 4, 1 to 5, guaranteed.
Like a double-edged sword is what we're kind of talking about. We break ground early, get it going, but then we fall off, 6 months now it falls off and
I'm an advocate. I always have been. Like I
wait.
say, we started this 22 years ago.
Okay. All right, well.
But thanks for your time.
Thank you. So it's only gonna get easier as we.
need some time.
Can I get some clarification? Oh.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, we're still.
Do we need to-
Oh, yeah, sure, yeah. If anybody wants to extend the meeting even more.
Mr. Mayor, move to extend the meeting until 10 PM.
Second.
All right, I have a motion made by Councilmember Martin, reluctantly seconded by Councilmember Schreiner, and that is to extend the meeting till 10 PM.
Schreiner,
Yes.
Ravinsky,
Yes.
Stevens,
Reluctant.
no.
Davenport, Fontana.
Yes.
Martin.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Sure, why not? Yeah, we're still asking questions, so you can ask
Yeah.
clarification if you'd like.
So the nonprofits that provide housing, you said that provides more affordable housing. But if we're including that in the percentage, then are we not asking less affordable housing from the developer?
If we are, so that, the numbers that are shown there for CHT and CHA are, for lack of another term, gravy, right, on top of the other requirements. For the private developers, they have some of their own requirements built into these proposals. the 1 out of 6 for the minimum of the affordable housing units and the 1 out of 6 for the non-income-based units.
Right, but this is saying that it counts towards the affordability requirement. So that's saying that, like, the units that they would be building, like CHA, CHT, counts towards the 50%.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So then
and
it's
could
not,
go beyond that as well.
but I guess it's like, if we're counting those units, so that doesn't impact what we are requiring of developers, I guess is my question.
Right, because if you go to the next, is it the next slide or the previous one? Next one. So because we're planning on doing it through bulk lot development, maybe of say 8 units or 8 lots rather, at a time, any private developer or nonprofit developer would be required to meet those minimums, right? So for every 6 units, just a minimum of one of them would have to be affordable, and a minimum of one of them would have to be non-income based through this. So it is possible that the private developers may end up needing to provide less than 33%, 1 out of 3 units. That is a possibility, but only if it is made up by all the rest of the phase 1 far exceeding the 33%. And as David has talked about, the plan is, this is like just the floor, right? This is the absolute floor. So there, 2 out of 6 or 1 out of 3 are gonna have to be restricted in one way or another, regardless of who it is. But through the negotiations, we may be able to get more than that. We may be able to get a second affordable unit or a second non-income based unit. There's a lot of math going on. It makes it kind of challenging.
I'm following the math, Bill. So I guess it's like, if we figured out what our partners would be able to provide, then we could say, hey, developers, this is actually what we need. It could maybe be 1 out of 3. That is all that would be needed. But I guess we're just, to me, this is a very early time to be calling all of this. We need to do some more, or ask for David to do some looking into what it looks like for people who are out of county or out of state. Do a little bit of research, put out the RFQ. If we don't get anything back, if people aren't biting, that's when we need to come back and rework what needs to change. Changing all of this right now, before we've even tried, before we even put it out, yeah.
I think it kind of gets to our friend's comment during the public hearing as well, that it's not a monetary value, but not trying, putting it out. I can't even, and I have all the information and access to all of you smart people to explain this to me, and I can't really understand it. So, our average citizen who we said this is gonna be 50% affordable, and now we're changing it to 33, there's no way they're gonna understand this, and I don't blame them because I barely do. So it's like a non-monetary cost to, I'm sorry, I can't remember your name, but the guy who spoke during the. Hal, to his point, we are burning down some public trust and is there a reason why putting out the RFP for the 90-day thing, right? The time period, and see if it works. And nobody's interested. That's a lot easier to explain to the people who we promised this would be 50% than trying to explain this to them. Do you see what I mean?
I think it's also important, just to underscore also though, that the messaging there then, and you can't unlink them, is that asking over 20 of our local developers isn't a good enough litmus test. It's basically saying we can't trust.
But again, we have different resources though, like in a rural community. It's harder. And I would just like to point out Rob Gartzman, who has been the person who has done over 50% affordability. He wasn't reached out to until this past Friday.
Well,
we need to expand that. We have limited sources here.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying is you can't uncouple that messaging. You can't, I mean, and all Bill and David are representing is a canary in a coal mine. They're trying to tell you what they foresee with the information that they have to save time, because as Mr. Mallet said, time is really of the essence. It's not going to get any better. It sounds like fire and brimstone ASAP. So, so just to get out ahead of that, and you know, I mean, again, I'm not even really oversharing like a private opinion. I'm just saying that is what it looks like. It's saying, hey, we need to get the word out to other developers from out of state or out of our community, because the consensus of our local developers isn't a solid enough litmus test for what we're looking.
I have a quick procedural question. We're still in the question part. We'll have time for discussion, right?
Yeah, I know. I guess I'm just like, I didn't want to cut off anybody else's ability to ask questions.
That's fine.
Because usually what we'll do is we'll close the hearing, and then somebody will ask a question. So yeah, you have a question.
My question is, Bill, obviously you go to and attend and work with the Planning Commission very closely. They have studied more of this possibly than we have, which I know that I have read document after document. I don't know how it's possible, but we all have. And sometimes they have worked more. They have recommended this, correct?
That is correct.
Yes, that's what I'm seeing. So those people, those access to those smart people, we have put them in place, and they have recommended this to us. I mean, not just to go in blindly, but to go in with the understanding of these are the reasons why we're recommending that. And they gave this to us.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's more discussion. Anybody have like any questions before I close the public hearing? Just still, no, sorry. Unless somebody asks you a question that somehow directs your ability to speak.
Do you have anything else that you'd like to add?
Oh, hey, there we go. That's a little loophole. We're here till 10. Hey, make some s'mores.
Know how long your thoughts
One quick thought as you're looking through all of the things that are recommended, and, you know, whether you amend or don't amend, not all of these relate to the percentages of housing. So just make sure you differentiate those, because some of the other things also need consideration.
Totally good points.
One more question for staff. We put into our project goals, when we put out the request for qualifications for OR, to deliver pre-sale contracts for the majority of available Phase 1 lots by the end of 2026. Has that changed?
It has not.
Okay, so the end of 2026.
That's right.
Okay.
This council put at least $1 million in the 2026 budget of lot sales to complete the infrastructure. So that is the timing that we are working on to meet our budgetary requirements.
Okay. So like December 2026, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And we're in April now. Okay. Just wanted to make sure that hasn't changed.
Yeah, I guess also a good question would be, what do you foresee? Because again, this is all just asking you to look in your crystal ball and use expertise with a refined vision of what the future may hold. What does the timeline look like if we don't proceed? You know, and I guess, does this mean that we move forward with the hard 50%, and then you try to make those goals happen by the end of 2026, by December 2026? If, let's say, what you are saying comes to fruition, and we aren't able to get anybody to bite, then what is our timeline really looking like? Is it just the amount of months it took? It gets added on to the different, or is it like an exponential thing?
Yeah, I mean, if we take the timeline that was provided earlier and you apply that to the ordinance as it is, then we're looking at sometime later on in the summer, by the time the RFQ deadline is in place, or in midsummer, that the deadline's in place. Best case scenario, you get a bunch of developers who say, yeah, I want to do it, and I can do that with traditional financing, right? And then they'd be able to build in 2027. I will give you my professional opinion, and I believe that David would probably provide the same, or he can say it himself. There's not going to be very many private developers who are going to accomplish what we have on the books today with traditional financing. Partly because of, the responses he's gotten from our local developers as well as from the lenders. And so that means that they would be proposing grant funding as a part of it, and therefore multiple grant cycles. And so we would not see, even in the best case scenario, any development out there from those private developers in 2027. So you're then maybe at best looking at 2028, but as Marjo mentioned, there's a lot of funding being cut right now at the state level, and that's where the majority of affordable housing funds have come from DOLA, DOH, other sources. So if we don't get responses, then we're back in front of you, right? Sometime late summer, we have to go through the same process. We have to go to the Planning Commission, then we have to come to you all for hearing, and then at best, it takes 30 days for an ordinance to go into effect. We have an RFQ out sometime maybe early 2027, and at best, we probably are in 2028 before construction happens, following the negotiation phases and just taking into account weather and building seasons and all that. So
thanks.
To answer Shelley's question earlier, I guess the risk is that we're pushing things off by at least a year.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions before I close?
Yeah, I have a question for David. So the Miles brand company that is included in your proposal, is that, because I know it's optional, so it's not something that we maybe have done so far, and I'm interested to know, is that something that, is Miles brand, would we sign on to that now before we get developer interest, or is that after the RFQ is out? They would be promoting and marketing the RFQ.
So, Miles Brand is a marketing and branding firm. So the reason why I guess we included them on the team is, should the city want to help brand the South Narc neighborhood, they could help formulate kind of that package. And they have a whole list of different things that they can do. They can help with website design and branding and marketing. They have a connections with many home builders, throughout the state and the nation. So one is they could do it upfront, right now, help with the marketing and branding as part of an RFP package. But also they more so probably they work directly with home builders to sell the lots, to sell the homes. And so they would, work with a selected home builder later down the line and brand whatever's 8 townhomes or 10 single family and get buyers to buy those houses. So it depends how we want to approach it. I mean, obviously the city wouldn't be interested in more, that's more of the home builder thing. But if the city was interested up front in marketing and branding, that was kind of the optional services, if that makes sense.
They're not coming in and building.
No. They would help brand, market, put the word out there to do that.
Okay. So there is a strategy on how to and I know it's optional and it would cost more money.
Yes.
But there is a strategy that can be used to really get the South Arc neighborhood PD out there and the RFQ out there to try and get developers.
Yes. On top of, what I would do through, the initial, I mean, obviously the thought was we initial conversation with the city is kind of a hybrid approach. So typically city purchasing is through BidNet, which is a government not government, but it's a way to put it out there. But the hybrid approach would be posted via BidNet, but also do direct outreach with developers and home builders. We've got this giant list I've been working on that I would outreach directly with them because they'll be most likely to respond with relationships. And so that I would leverage some, my connections, in terms of these projects and other places to kind of get their interest because, they get hit all the time, and they're just, not gonna be interested. So, but by having a relationship, I'm hopeful that would help. I guess I would add on to your question about like, if we kept if we kept everything the same, right? Don't change. You're saying put the RFQ out now to see if there's interest, right?
Is what we're talking about.
Yeah, and so what happens under the scenario, like I said, and it comes back and there's no interest, what does the city do? Does the city revisit like the PD if we get additional feedback saying, well, the reason why I didn't respond is because of the current limitations? It's an interesting scenario because then you're reissuing an RFQ down the line to these same developers again. And I guess I just wonder like,
Don't like that.
how that goes and how, what the interest would be on that. I mean, I think it makes sense like what you're saying. I'm just trying to visualize the strategy. Like I said, you do 90 days for the initial one, there's no interest. If you get into fall, city council, planning commission has to amend the PD, end of the year, you issue in 2027 to the same people, maybe the market's changed. I don't know. There's a lot of things at play here to see if that would garner interest now that the PD has changed to make it more responsive. So I'm just throwing that out there. I don't know how that would play out, to be honest. But.
Yeah. And I think we see what's happening here is that you guys are saying that you see a potential that if we did come to the summer months and go like, hey, nobody's interested at all, we would be like scratching our heads going like, why didn't you give us a heads up that this could have happened? I think that's like, they're just doing their due diligence as offering up a professional, like, hey, we see a potential here that may happen from just a small litmus test that we did locally. And if we don't tell you now, then we're like sitting in the summer months going like, why is this a disaster? So I think that's.
Yeah, with all due respect, I think we're also just doing our job up here too, with asking questions.
Totally. Hey, I'm here too.
To that
10
end,
o'clock.
I do have one more question. I'm really
Yeah,
sorry.
no, totally.
So to Ken's suggestion that like, okay, it's not gonna happen. We can't hit 50% in phase one. Can't do it. But we need to make sure that if we make that choice, we make it up in phases 2 and 3. Is there a mechanism by which we can build some kind of accountability? Or like, I just don't know how we make sure that happens.
We put it in our ordinance.
Okay.
We put it
So
in the
we just say it
OD.
right in there. Great.
Well, phase 2 and 3. Like, under the current situation, phase 2 and phase 3 are
It
still.
already says that.
Yeah, already says that.
But we would have to specify that in phase 2 and 3, we hit that target, but also make up any that didn't happen in phase 1 or 2.
Offset, like leveraging opportunities.
Is that, am I representing your suggestion correctly, Ken?
If that was the intent, it would need to be built directly into the language of the PD. Now, there would be other opportunities to do that. It doesn't necessarily have to be done now. We could wait until phase 1, we're at least under contract for all the lots, and then reassess at that point, or even wait until phase 1 is substantially built out and still put it in via another PD modification process. So.
You can add anything you'd like into any of the motions.
So I guess what would be your guys' thoughts? I mean, if you feel like it's hard to get 1 out of 2, so then we change it to 1 out of 3 for the first phase, then the other phases are gonna have to be more affordability. Do you guys think that's actually gonna be a thing? You can just make up more of the units in the other phases? And I feel like that's gonna throw off the ratio and it's gonna be even harder.
That was my original question to David.
Yeah.
And it sounded like he thought that. And it'll be about 25 from phase 1. So 12 and 13, phase 2 and 3. I think if phase 1's successful, she's asking you, but I'm sorry, I'm throwing mine. I do think it's possible.
I mean, I'll speak for myself that obviously when you have a project and lots that have a huge amount of affordability as a requirement of it, it's that much more challenging to actually get built. And so there's a great unknown there. That's why I think it's wise to try to take it maybe 1 phase at a time and try to establish, as David said, a little bit of success at the onset and then reassess, right? Again, we're all trying to accomplish the same goal and get as much affordable housing out there as we possibly can. But just because we say there should be affordable housing out there doesn't mean that there will be, right? Or that everything, if we said everything should be affordable, then we know that we'd be relying upon grants for years and years to come. So it's really just about trying to get things going, get some momentum out there, get some affordable housing, and be able to reassess along the way.
I mean, I think your proposal, your initial proposal of the whole project being a third speaks to how you feel if it's possible for there to be more in the other phases, right? I mean, it wasn't just phase one that was proposed to be a third affordable.
Yeah,
It was proposed initially to Planning Commission that the whole project is a third affordable.
Yeah, and I think that's just because we didn't take it into account, you know, that we could do it on a phase-by-phase basis. I mean, it made total sense when Planning Commission recommended it, and that's why it's still in the recommendation from staff.
Any other questions, guys?
Are we moving into discussion?
I mean, I'm open to it, but I do want to, you know, I don't want to like close the public hearing and then the first thing that is brought up is always a question. Like, every time. It's like, wait, one more question. So going once. All right. Let's close the public hearing and deliberate in 15 minutes. There's no way. But I'll keep an eye on the clock and maybe we'll, I don't even know if we can go past 10. We've never gone past 10.
We can.
We can though. I guess we've just never done it.
I don't know, the state legislature is, that's what I'm listening to.
Look at me, I just asked a question. First thing, guys, I asked
I
a
really
question.
want to know what's going to happen with this bill.
It's like you're listening to the game.
Two outs, runner on third.
3 points for the legislation. All right. All right, who would like to begin?
I'd like to begin.
Okay.
We've got some obligations to the budget to try to make this thing move. And we need to take that very, very seriously. I agree with Mr. Mallett to a large degree that the economy is in flux and we're moving into more and more uncertain times. We know that the grants are trashed. We've got to look at traditional financing as the approach. We have hired a specialist in this field. We have had Planning Commission pore over this. And I think that we need to pick one of the recommendations and push it through and try to get this thing up and moving.
I'll go next.
Okay.
I agree with everything you said. I think we have experts, we should rely on them. I do like the idea that we can control some things. I'm not saying we can even control phase one, but we're in phases. I like the phase one project moving forward, the phase two, and then the phase three. I also don't like, as I say moving forward, I don't like waiting. That has bit us in the butt before when we've waited on things to say, we'll just wait 6 months, we'll wait a year. Then the price of things just keeps going sky high and we don't have a result. I think moving forward to get a result on this with what is recommended is what I would like to do from all of the information.
I'll go next. I hate that we are having to lower this number that we made a promise to the public on. I hate it.
We aren't having to.
Well, sure. I hate that that appears to be the best and most viable option. It makes me sick. It, you know, to Hal's point, like, it is gonna burn it down if that's what we do with some people. I mean, it already has, the fact that we're even considering it. And, I mean, at the same time, if it just sounds like this has just failed. It's the last dying gasp of capitalism, and we're trying to like cram this project into it. And there is only so much of that we can control, and by only so much, I mean not very much at all. Yeah. So, even though this makes me sick, I guess like more, if we lower it to 33%, I mean, I think it sets a precedent. I think it just opens it up for phase 2 and 3 to also be okay to lower to 33%. And if we have to pluck a silver lining out of this, it does give us momentum and success. It also gives us more data, more input on how it goes for developers, what their challenges are, so that we can inform more successful approaches. I mean, we'll learn a lot at least, right? And hopefully we actually learn from it and apply it and set reasonable expectations for what phase 2 and 3 could look like based on what we learn in phase 1. But if that's what we're gonna do, we're gonna have to have some way to communicate that to the public effectively, because it makes me sick and it's gonna make them sick too.
Yeah, everything that's been said here tonight, everybody has some great points. Moving forward, like I say, we do have financial, obligations that we need to start putting money back into the bank. We already spent on infrastructure, on a loan. I don't even know where we're at with that. Till we start, getting things moving, getting these projects, built off the ground, we're not going to see that money come back into the bank, I guess. And so, moving forward, I think if we can get off the ground as soon as possible with, recommendations of the Planning Commission that we see here tonight. Yes, I know, like I said, somebody earlier said, I think it was Mayor Cotelli, nobody has a crystal ball. These things have been in plans since 2006, when things were a lot different. Financially, we were in a lot better place. Nowadays, that's not the case. So doing what we need to do to get the ball rolling, get the momentum rolling, and then people will hopefully jump on board and see what we're doing out here and say, hey, they're serious. They really want this to happen. Unfortunately, it might not be the exact thing that we promised our community, but they have to understand that it's different times, that this has been drawn out over decade or more now. And things are different. We wish that we could do the things that were said back, 10 plus years ago, but it's just not financially feasible right now. But getting it ball rolling is with where we're at now. And I also, I understand reaching out to, other companies outside the state, outside the county. But I also like the fact that we are starting with, reaching out to locals, because that keeps the money local. Those big contractors that come from out of state are gonna bring in their crews, they're gonna bring in their workers, they're gonna bring in outside lumber, they're gonna bring in all their fuel, all that money that could go stay right here in Chaffey County or in the state and help out, our workers here, giving them jobs to build houses here. So first move, I think, yes, is to reach out and see what we got going on with local developers. And then from there, we trust in our experts that have been doing this and let them, run with it. And just get the ball rolling and get housing built is kind of where I'm at with it. So if this is the plan, then that's kind of where I'm at. I'm good.
Okay, before anybody else speaks, because the clock is going to drive me nuts, we probably need to have a
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to propose a motion to extend the meeting to 10:30.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Ravinsky, seconded by Councilmember Martin, and that is to extend the meeting till 10:30 p.m.
Fontana,
Yes.
Rovinsky,
Yes.
Stevens,
Yes.
You said no.
Reiner,
Yes.
I said no.
Davenport,
I got to
Yes.
say no.
Martin,
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay. All right, okay, so now we can proceed without me freaking out.
Would you like to go before me or me first? It's up to you. Okay, I'll go. So maybe it's semantics, but the word promise that's been attached to it, I don't know if it was a promise. Maybe I'm wrong. You're welcome to point that out. But to me, it was a prayer and a hope whispered to the winds to be delivered to fate. And fate said, since 2020, inflation has gone up 25%. And in building costs, it's even more. The big whatever bill has gutted any of the funding that we could hope for this. The state's funding for this has been gutted as well, directly and indirectly, because now some of those subsidies are going to be much more competitive. And I think we hired an expert that I believe in, and he has done quite a bit of due diligence, and he's come back to us and said, this is not feasible with the numbers that we're dealing with. And I think the original numbers were, as I said in another meeting, very admirable, but also very lofty. And I agree with Councilperson Schreiner. I hate it too, but I also know what it looks like when a new couple or a new homeowner that couldn't afford something before gets that key. I know what it looks like. And so I am going to fight for the affordable housing that they can get. And if David says this is the way to get it, then this is the way to get it. And I am perfectly happy amending this, what they're asking for slightly, with trying to get those 25 units right now, not waiting till later. I'm perfectly happy amending it to that. But I think what they're suggesting is, I think that's what it needs to happen for this particular project, and I want to see it happen. So I want a successful phase one, and hopefully a successful phase one creates a situation where phase 2 and 3 can be even more successful. And it does suck, but I think it's the reality of the situation that this economy, this earth, this group of humans that we call species has handed us, and we have to deal with what we're dealt with. So.
Yeah, many hours ago, we had several people speaking to some of their concerns about Vanderveer Ranch. And I know that their concerns were surrounding open space and the dog park, off-leash, everything like that. But like the bigger picture to me is that space, that land that is there, that is used by so many of our constituents, appreciated by so many of our constituents, it has been, and I will say the word promised, and I will say the word committed, that land is to be used for a project that the city, we're not developing, and I know that, but we are shepherding the process of it. We're making it happen, right? And 50% of that project is to be affordable. Man, like what Mr. Tuttle spoke to about losing that trust of the community, I think it speaks volumes to me. I know that right now it feels like this is what we have to do, but we don't have to do this right now. We can do this in a little bit of time. I would like for there to be some more outreach. I would like to see the RFQ actually go out before we say we can't make this happen. That then tells our community that we did try. And I understand what your point, Mr. Starnes, about the strategy, going back to the developers after we've already put out the RFQ. I understand that. And I hope you understand why I'm advocating to just get it out and see if it can get done. I think something that's also a very big concern to me is something that Marjorie brought up during her public comment, and it's not clear who the local is for this project. So we're all up here, from what I hear, everyone just is like, yes, we're just gonna go forward, but there are things that are in here that still need to be dissected, that still need to have some more time to discuss and mull over. And I don't think extending this until 11 and then 11:30 and then midnight is gonna get us there, not with like a clear mind. And I just truly, genuinely think that we need to pause. I mean, I got that email from Marjo. I actually got it yesterday from her, and I still didn't have enough time to read everything from her. There was a lot of information in there, and it's very helpful information, and it's from someone who is our Housing Authority Executive Director. She's been here in our community for some time, and not to knock you, Mr. Starnes, but you've been here since January. Yeah, I guess I'll just echo what Mr. Mallett said of saying that it's premature to make this decision tonight. I think there are changes, like changes 1 and 2, the ones that are general changes and dimensional and the things about ADU. I think all of that, I would be happy to, continue this ordinance with that, but I would like for there to be amendments before. I don't want to speak specifics about those amendments unless there's actually interest from others to hear what those could be. I don't know if there is, but.
Are you asking if there's interest for us to approve this, the other pieces of this without the percentage?
Yeah, with some other stuff too, yeah.
And you are open to propose any amendment that you like, I mean.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I don't want to waste anyone's time, I guess. If we all feel like we just want to.
We all want to be here.
Go ahead. Okay.
I said yes to the vote.
Yeah, this is totally our time to do this. And also, I mean, I don't know about you guys, if you guys played Dungeons and Dragons, but this is nothing for timing. I mean, really, we haven't even gotten into PJ pants yet. This is like beginner level. We haven't even gotten out of the dungeon yet.
I mean, I guess my amendment would be,
Table it till future?
yeah, it would be tabling like changes that are reflected in number 3. So it's, yeah, the affordable and workforce housing provisions. As well as, I believe there are,
Pull up those bullet points so we.
Oh, if I could find them.
Never mind, we're on the actual schedule.
I'm on the CAF. We don't have
Yeah.
access to that presentation.
It's, which?
It was, and the other, yeah, just, probably, I think just.
What page are you on?
I'm on, so for the, specifically, well, this is just number 6, page 6 of 95 for like the whole ordinance.
What's the title of the section you're looking at?
City council packet.
Keep scrolling. It's number 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So it would be, yeah, which is what I'm saying right now. It's just, it would be waiting and tabling more or less the changes that are for the percentages as well as for the 25 to 10% for the first right of first refusal. Again, I think there might need to be more of a conversation about what that means, what that looks like, the whole procedure of it. Again, like we got our email from Marjo today about that, and like, that's not a knock at you, but that's more like we need time to digest that before we just say, yes, let's just check, go on to the next one. So that would be, my proposal would be to amend it and to not include changes that are reflected in number 3.
And by tabling it, what would you want to see from that? Like our council's collective better understanding, or like an actual, like the thing
Yeah.
that you want to see?
So I would like for the RFQ to go out and for us to then see what that interest is, like what's going on, what does that engagement look like? And yeah, I think it would be wise to try to put this out as written with the changes that were recommended for 1 and 2 and 4. Not change the aspects of the affordable and workforce housing provisions. And if we don't get the responses that we are hoping for, that's when we could implement those changes. That would be my proposal.
And how does the rest of council feel about, I know we've discussed aspects of that.
I would be perfectly happy if we ended up just approving 1, 2, and 4, but I think there's also interest in approving all 4 of them tonight from some people in council.
I'm in favor of approving all of it and moving forward.
Yeah, I feel like if we don't approve it all, it ties the hands on the RFQ. And it gets us totally out of the building season. And it totally disrespects the budget that we've set for ourselves to get some money off this project this year. So, you know, I think that it's responsible to follow the advice that we've been given.
Respectfully, like we've already strayed away from our budget for this year.
Any other council?
Not by $1 million, that was $20,000.
Right. I guess the council members that haven't spoken, how do you feel on this point? Because I feel like this is kind of like gauging your guys' thoughts, then allows us to make a motion.
Well, I also don't think you've given
Me?
yours. Yeah.
I was kind of waiting for the end. I
Waiting
always
for the
like to
end.
save the best for last.
Okay.
Because I was here for a lot of this conversation.
Yeah.
And just like to throw out there, like when Studio Seed was giving us like their plans, none of them included like 400 units. We really pushed to what would it look like to get the most number of units out there. Like our initial promise was always kind of prefaced with this shoot for the moon, land with the stars. It's just like, you're showing us that the most you can put is 350. We want as much as possible. So then it was like, came back with 400. And we were like, would it be crazy to shoot for 50%? And they're like, we could go for it. And I think it was always just like, it was based in more of the dream than the reality. And I think we are now facing like a harsh reality, you know, and there's definitely some things that 2023 versions of us could have not have thought going, you know, sitting here today. So, but that was the gist of how I felt during all this. But also to say that, like we are very passionate up here, and we're really emotionally invested as well. So we're not trying to shoot the messenger. We know you're doing your job. I do want to speak to the like the whole concept that you're like a good salesperson. Like we understand this isn't a used car lot where you make a commission. Y'all are getting paid anyway, you know. So it's I think it's like separating two like. You don't have the
right?
It's actually, we're going down actually, aren't we? No, but I think it is just like we are passionate. That is our job, is to, you know, we can't receive news like this or information like this and be stoked about it. And I know that comes across the staff as totally bitchy. I get it. But it's like, because we hate
Don't drag
this new.
staff into this. Do not drag staff into this.
I know, I'm sure you love dealing with our complaints, but I think it's just like, I know it can come across as we act like you have like a personal stake in this outcome, but I know you don't like having to come here and being like, oh, this is gonna be received super great. I think it's really just underscoring that you're coming here now so you don't have to like wait for the process to happen and then come back later and go, yeah, we suspected this might happen and we didn't say anything because we wanted to avoid drama and pushback.
In a 4-hour meeting.
Yeah, right. So I do just want to say that too. It sucks. We don't want to have this, and it's just because we know we're going to have this conversation with our constituents. They're going to be like, they're going to see the bottom line and go, what the hell happened? And then we have to recap this very long, arduous thing, and it's not great. So, but again, sorry that comes off as shooting the messenger, because we will be certainly dodging bullets as the messenger.
I would like to read this was sent out to us earlier from Angela Mokate. Just the end of her email to us says, please do not rush this vote. This community gave up something real, talking about the land, that open space that's over there. And the people of Salida deserve a project that fully delivers on what was promised. You have one shot to get this right. Please take the time to get this right. And then thank you for your service for your community. Which is always so kind.
Don't glaze over that
part. It's easy to glaze over the thank yous, but
that is the vibe we're going to be receiving from the community at large. But when is it not? It's another part of it.
And I think people are far more understanding than what's being presented here tonight, because people are facing their own personal financial challenges. I see it every day because I'm in the finance world. So this is going to be no surprise to anybody. Everything that we do here is aspirational. You know, I've never heard anybody say, this is what we're promising you. You know, no, we don't say that. We don't present that way. We are aggressive in our goals. And so then we have to make adjustments when reality filters down into the picture and it's time to make things happen. So if you're going to be on the cutting edge, and we are, there's going to be blood spilled sometimes. And that's what this is. This is the spilling of the blood. This is the come to Jesus moment. Are we going to have some housing? Or are we just going to go, yeah, it's not perfect, so not doing it?
I guess the blood that is shed is always the most vulnerable population, though. Like, that's the thing. Is it's always at the risk and cost of people who cannot fend for themselves, but they cannot stand up for themselves, speak for themselves, whatever it is. I mean, we have a lot of voices that are silenced in this community. And that's the blood that is gonna get shed.
We can only work with the resources that we have.
So I do just want to hear from the other two council members as far as just the proposed idea of an amendment out there in the ether right now. Like where are we at there with the two that hadn't spoken directly to what was proposed?
I mean, 1, 2, and 4, great. Love it. Let's do it. I see value in honoring the commitment or the intention that was set to preserve our relationship with the public, because I'm not sure that my experience has been yours, Elisa, in that people are going to understand this. I don't think anyone's going to find it a surprise, but I don't think that they're going to think it happened because we were innovative and, now plans have changed. They're going to think it's because we didn't plan properly. And I know they're going to think that because that's what they say.
That's what they say.
So, I mean, I see value because that is not a monetary thing. And I have worked in the grant world. I do know that the instability of all of this is the reality we often have to work within. And rubber hits the road and don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good and all of those cliche things. So,
We can go to Councilmember Stevens.
thanks, do that.
Any strong thoughts, Council?
I just, just kind of, I guess echo what I said earlier. I feel like we need to get this thing rolling. I think, any kind of housing that can get built as soon as possible is the best route. And I'm okay with the ordinance that the way it is written here. I'm totally fine with moving forward.
Mr. Mayor,
tonight.
Yeah.
I would like to attempt a motion.
Oh.
So we're just gonna ignore this
you can-
whole, like,
you can offer-
who is the local? The right of first refusal? I mean, we have Marjo sitting right here, and she's telling us, you guys need to think about this before you just move forward.
Well, you don't know what Councilmember Ravinsky's going to say as a motion. I think you can totally offer up a motion if you want. at any
Well,
time.
if we're not done, then I'm happy to,
Yeah, I mean, we can still not be done after you've offered a motion even, but we don't have to,
okay.
we don't have
Well,
to.
I move to approve ordinance 2026-10, approving a substantial modification of parcels VPAs 1, 7, 8, and 9 of the Vanderveer Ranch Plan Development, also known as the South Arc neighborhood, with added verbiage to require 26 additional affordable housing units in phase 2 and 3.
And then would we offer another amendment, or would we vote on that? What would be procedurally the next thing to do?
I think, well, it would need a second first, or else we're talking about nothing.
Second.
Okay, and then, I mean, you can amend away from there, but now we have that additional verbiage to require 26 additional affordable units.
Can you explain what that means, that in phase 2, and I just wanted to understand what you're proposing, in phase 2 and 3, that you would try to add more than 2 to 1 back in? If we're asking for 26 additional units out,
So
it
this
would be less than 2 to 1.
That would be on top of, so the changes I'm proposing in the motion is not affecting phase 2 and 3 for those percentages. However, it is adding back those lost units from the percentage we're going down in phase 1 to phase 2 and 3.
If during the RFQ evaluation and negotiation process, that number decreases, would council be amenable to adding in the units that would have been in phase 2, instead of a straight number saying, through the process, if
Sure,
we
yeah.
get 20 more units, then that takes us to a delta of 6 that
Yeah,
we're.
with my verbiage term, I was hoping that it would be cleared up by,
I know, if that's not what you meant, that's fine.
yeah,
I just
that's
wanted
what I
to.
meant.
I get the spirit you're saying, though, is that we're losing that
from phase 1, and I'd like to get them back in phase 2 and 3
Okay.
in
because
some way.
Ken
or
would like
form.
that, and David said it might be possible.
Is that what it is, going less than 2 to 1? No. I mean, I don't understand where you're getting the units.
So if it's 150 units in phase 1,
Okay.
50% of that's 75. If we go to 33%, that becomes 50. And so we're losing 25 from
Okay.
phase 1 with these percentages. So I would like to make back that number.
If that's the,
Recoup in the later
if it's the
phase.
absolute minimum number of affordable housing units, that'd be 50 in total for a delta of 25, compared to if it was at 50%.
Is that possible?
The whole thing is written in percentages, so I don't recommend if it's up to you guys.
Yeah.
I don't recommend a unit number. I recommend if you're going to do something make it a percentage.
Christie, did you have a suggestion for how I should word that?
Nina,
I
do
think
you?
like a percentage, you can even say like a percentage to recoup lost affordability in phase 1 in later phasing. Whatever that
That
percentage
sounds like
may be.
verbiage that would work for
Something
what
like
I
I
don't know, Nina just looked like she saw a spider land
No, I mean, I like the creativity.
on her food. So, but that is the spirit of what you're asking. So instead of committing to a unit number, committing to a percentage that is achieved, or the shot for achieving in later phasing.
Just gotta, leave it open for.
I mean,
I understand what you're saying. I guess let's see if there's enough votes, and then we can help with the verbiage.
well,
But do you understand what it?
Yeah, I mean,
I understand what you're saying. But
at the end of phase 1, we'll know the total number of units built, right? Or available to be built. And we'll know the number that are restricted affordable. And we can figure out what that difference is between whatever was provided and what would have been provided if it was 50%. We'll know that number, right, at the end of phase 1. So, and really, frankly, at the end of the contracting, we'll know what that number is to Christie's point. So we can just apply that to phases 2 and 3.
That sounds good to me.
Yeah, that sounds good to me too, however that works.
All right, so we have a motion made by Councilmember Ravinsky, seconded by Councilmember Schreiner, and that is to approve ordinance 2026-10, approving a substantial modification of parcels VPAs 1, 7, 8, and 9 of the Vanderveer Ranch Plan Development, also known as South Ark Neighborhood, with the added verbiage of requiring equivalent affordable units within later phases 2 and 3, a percentage to reflect what was lost in phase 1. Yeah.
Nailed it.
And so is there any further discussion? Which I'm sure there is, but.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there is. So I guess we didn't really discuss the planning commission's recommendation of 25% versus the staff's recommendation of 10% for the non-income
NIBWU.
workforce.
To say
base.
NIBWU.
NIBWU.
You know you want to say NIBWU.
NIBWU. So I guess my assumption then with this motion is that we're going with the staff, because that is what the CAF report is. We're going with the staff recommendation.
Yes. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, that's what it was, so that'll be like,
And so I guess do we feel like we had enough time to discuss what all of that is, what the differences are in the 25% and the 10%?
yeah, and I mean, I know we've discussed NIBWU before, that it's super, it feels like very much like a new concept, very experimental is how it's being presented to us, and that we're just kind of, we don't know what is going to result in. There's just not a lot there's no other like communities that we can really point to.
There are, they're just very different, higher income. So, I mean, I represent Avon, they have, what they call it, resident occupied.
Not as cool of a name.
But it's such a disparity with what the units are sold and what the market is, because your market is less expensive than those communities. It would, I agree with what's been said, that 25%, and this is leaning more into just my general experience versus legal advice, this part, but the 25% would very unrealistic in the Salida market. It is done in like Aspen, Avon, Vale, so it's just a different market, because to restrict, the reason is because the sales price would be very close to market rate versus in those other communities. It's such a disparity that it makes sense to have the restriction. That's a short way to say it, but it's not a new concept. It's just your market is different than those other communities. And 25% would be probably impossible to get that.
Yeah, so I guess my point is that we are voting on something right now that we haven't even fully discussed. But
My understanding is that was a big barrier for developers in getting traditional financing, which was a part of the reason why we couldn't even get to, we couldn't get to that 50%, was that this, correct me if I did not hear this right, but what I heard is this piece was a barrier for getting the traditional financing, thereby making people more reliant on the unstable and slow grant process.
Yes, and that part is experienced even in these other communities that I was speaking to, is exactly what you said. And it's more and more that the private typical financing is saying, like,
They don't wanna
have
do it.
having more and more issues with it.
And again, like, I think the way I've being presented with NIBWU is very similar to when we were being presented with IH zoning, was that we didn't have a lot to go on, which is why it's constantly changing and evolving. Every year we have to go back and relook at it and go, how is this, like, how can this be better? What are issues? So I feel like NIBWU was very much in the same boat as if we put too many eggs in that basket without really knowing how it's going to evolve. That's what I got from the presentation, but I could be,
Yeah, I mean, to Councilwoman Schreiner's question, it's kind of twofold, the challenges. It's the likelihood or challenges of a lender lending to a developer with that additional restriction in there. And there's the timing aspect. You can't forget that, yes, there is a 90-day revolving first right of refusal. So if they can't find somebody local to buy it within 90 days, then it can open up to the general market, but that is added delay as far as receiving, the funds back from what you put into the individual units, multiplied for 1 out of every 4 units. And so it's that combination of elements that led us to recommend a lower number.
And so what is, how are we defining locals? Can anyone speak to how we have it defined in here? I'm sorry, I'm asking council. We're voting on this. How are we defining locals?
As local builders?
Well, that's the whole thing. Like, we are voting on something that we haven't fully discussed everything in here.
But can I just, you do, because in your inclusionary housing and your deed restriction that was written by myself with like 25 years of experience, it has a very certain definition. You guys gave policy direction as to what you call a local and exactly how it should be defined. That's all laid out in your deed restriction. And I feel like it doesn't need to be specified in the ordinance. You can give further policy direction, further policy clarification about what a local means. I think maybe the presentation was just trying to make it clear, but we could pull up our deed restriction.
And I want to make, this isn't a new requirement that's
Correct.
going in there. It was.
No, I know.
Okay.
Yeah,
I didn't want you to think that it was something we added in there.
Yeah, it's in
Yeah.
the
It's changed.
And I know that, like, the chair of the planning commission also was like, how are we defining local?
There
Like,
was
it's not
also
clear.
a contingency for what the city calls locals when something is put out to bid. There has to be a definition in that what is a local, because they get a discount in that. Is that, they get a certain percentage of.
I'm not speaking to local developers. Like, that's not my focus. My focus
But
is.
it's not just it's local developers, it's when the city goes to buy something, they have a definition of if we buy it locally, if they give us a price of $10,000, we give consideration to locals.
all to say that we do have multiple places in which we define what a local is in our ordinances and
our deed restriction.
and in our deed restriction. And all also to say is that we have a motion on the table, so unless there is a clear amendment that you're going for, which I'm open to hearing.
I think just quickly to jump, they make 80% of their income from a business or an employer that is in Chaffey County.
Correct, yes.
The only amendment that I was thinking about was on this right of first refusal and what we want to do about that, because we understand that it's a huge obstacle. Do we want to just remove that? Because it slows everything down. It's something that the developers hate. It makes it really hard for them to sell things because it just puts a big delay on it.
Okay, so this meeting
That's
ends
what I'm
in
saying,
3
we
minutes.
need more time to
So can
discuss,
we
like,
just go 1, 2, 4, and then, like, is there an option to put
I
this
mean,
on the next agenda?
we currently have a motion
Right.
that you
That's how
seconded
you
it
vote,
on the table.
Yeah.
And we're going to vote on that unless there's a proposed, a clear amendment. And I think tabling the discussion was already discussed and didn't seem to have the numbers.
Right.
So, unless there's a clear thing, I'm gonna do my point to Kay Christie, and we're gonna actually vote.
We're going with his motion, correct?
Yeah, which is
Okay.
is that with the added verbiage of to require the equivalent percentage of the 26 affordable units lost that would be made up within later phasing of 2 and 3.
It's also that a local is somebody who has a job offer. So they don't have to live here. They have a job offer. They would be considered a local for this development specifically.
And there's caveats for seniors as well, but
Right, but it's like someone, yeah.
So again, just gonna have to go back to, if there's not a clear amendment to what is being proposed, I'm gonna do the old point. Is there anything? I don't wanna cut anybody off. All right, Kay Christie, take it away.
Stevens,
Yes.
Shriner,
Yes.
Rovinsky,
yes.
Fontana,
Yes.
Pappenfort,
Yes.
Martin,
No.
motion passed.
All right, well, unless we're gonna do all our reports in a minute, can we get like an extra 15 voted on? Or we could just leave without doing reports?
Everybody okay with that?
No, I want to do a report.
Okay, so anybody wanna give us the?
I move to
appropriate-
extend the meeting 15 minutes.
Second?
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Pappenfort, seconded by Councilmember Fontana, to extend the meeting 15 minutes to 10:44 PM.
Fontana,
Yes.
Martin,
Yes.
Rovinsky,
Yes.
Stevens,
Yes.
Pappenfort,
Yes.
Shriner,
Yes.
motion passed.
Okay. Up first, Councilmember Martin.
With wildfire season coming up, I would like for, maybe it's just council and like mayor to be able to get access to the audio from a fire that happened, last year, the Mountain View fire. That can just give us some awareness of, our crews that we have and how we can move forward. I don't know if I have any support for that.
I'm interested in
Yeah.
I support that.
how those separate entities communicated with each other, you mean?
Yeah. And then the comments tonight about Vanderveer with the dog park and the policing and ticketing activity going on. I think it could be productive to have a work session about an off-leash dog park maybe in Vanderveer, or what that could look like. I don't know, I just know that we had several people speak to that tonight, so I would like to have a discussion about it.
Me too. I'd like to know
Also
if it's
this.
possible.
Sounds
Yeah,
doable.
also because it's like realizing what is the wetland count as? It's like that, it's like a city park, or is that like a preserve, or like an illogical?
It is zoned as open space right now, and within our code, they are required to have their dogs on leashes. I mean, we can have a
Yes.
work session.
Yes.
We can have a work
Okay,
session.
And I think
It's-
We can have a work
education
session.
about,
It is a bit of a gray area for
define that-
sure.
Yes.
like,
It's not,
a wetland being like a park in general is definitely gray.
yeah, I mean, our policies are black and white, but I
Right.
do
Oh, yeah,
see,
totally,
yeah, I
yeah.
think it would be worth a discussion, see in the future what that could look like for Vanderveer, is what I heard tonight, for future use. And yeah, I guess I'm curious about the policing and ticketing activity that's going on. I don't think tonight is the evening for more discussion on that. But maybe council, or maybe City Administrator June, could you have Chief Johnson maybe just give us like an email update or something about what's,
on ticketing?
Yeah.
I sure can.
Wow.
And I was gonna add in my staff report that I have reviewed the body cam footage of one woman who came in and spoke, and she misspoke highly. And it was, I am happy to download and share it with you. The actual interaction was not even close to what she said. It was, yeah. So
Okay.
we can absolutely have that conversation. We have had numerous complaints of dogs biting workers out at Vanderveer, people ignoring the signs, being in construction zones. So we can certainly bring that forward and talk about the community's interactions.
okay, yeah, that would be great. And that is it for me tonight, thank you.
Okay, Council. Ooh.
Sorry, I did want to make sure that we had, the scoring rubric for the Housing Trust and, Habitat for Humanity for, the South Arc neighborhood. I wanted that to I wanted them to get extra points for our scoring rubric as well. I meant to say that during our last discussion. But if we could make sure that our scoring rubric for those developers would receive some, I don't know, extra points, I guess that's what you said, but yeah. I don't know if I have support for that.
Yeah, sounds great.
Okay. Yes, that was it, sorry.
Oh, no, it's okay, thank you. Councilmember Fontana.
Sure. First of all, I'd like to say thank you. I know Diesel's not here tonight, but to all STEAM plant staff, the arts and culture, the staff that worked on, and anybody else that was involved in the STEAM plant open house. That was incredible. That is the best that the STEAM plant, I have lived here for a long time, and I have never seen it look that good. It was amazing. Sounded good, looked good, staff was happy. Everybody that went, it was, to me, a huge success, and I have to say thank you. So thanks for all that. Salida Greater Area Recreation Board. The Salida Golf Club is open. So it was very exciting. I went out and played a couple times in the last couple weeks. It is fabulous. Great job to the maintenance team and the board for the improvements in the off season. I have to say they did an excellent job so far this year. So if anybody wants to go to the driving range, if you want to take lessons, there's clubs for rent. The driving range would be a fun activity to do in town to keep your stuff local. And go eat at the golf cabin. It is looking really good out there. So there's lots of ways to go to the golf club. Let's see, the last thing, a quick fireworks fundraising update. I talked with Vicky Sue Vigil today. She said they are up to almost $8,500 so far of the $20,000. The team that did the fundraising for the Christmas Mountain is also just starting their cause. So, and they raised $10,000 last year. So it looks like we should be on track for that budget at the $20,000, raising that fireworks money, we hope. They do have a lot of other fundraising events coming up. So if you want to go to a fundraiser, I know that they'll be on websites. So that's all my report tonight.
Thank you. Councilmember Peppenfort.
I would like Marjo to give a little report for CHA within 3 minutes. So very high level.
Man, there's so many firsts tonight.
I see you got your coat on.
I know, like, I was like, she'll
What, are you trying to go
give me a
home?
pass at 10:30 at
You're
night.
not going anywhere.
There was a lot of doom and gloom about housing, so I'm going to try to be optimistic to close, which is, we've closed on our HDG grant, 1.1 million for the flour mill. So well on our way to getting that project starting construction. Fingers crossed that weather cooperates throughout this year on that one. It looks like winter could have an impact if we do have a super El Nino. We're breaking ground on the crossing in BV, super exciting. I'm currently doing a lot of grant writing so that we can secure staff. We've been doing a lot of internal strategic planning and institution building to expand our capacity, and are likely taking over property management of another property very soon in Buena Vista, and setting ourselves up to really play that role on the rental market for developers who are building with grants that need long-term deed management, kind of the same stewardship that we provide for the city for inclusionary housing, we're able to provide now through property management for rentals. So working on our capacity and sort of focused on alternative sources of development or funding, and trying to find ways around these budget cuts. And so I think there still are some opportunities ahead of us despite the loss of Prop 123 for a year. We're doing strategic planning at the same time that the H&A is sort of coming along to kind of look at our own organizational strengths. And then, with the housing needs assessment, we can really dig into what are some of the needs that we do have. And I can guarantee you one of the things that we need is deeper subsidies. We are producing units, but we also need to create some of those deeper affordable units, and that requires a lot more creativity to get there. And alternative funding sources. So I think there's a lot of dialogues despite all the direness that can set us up for long-term success. So just to end on a positive note.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all.
Okay. Councilmember Ravinsky.
Yeah, love for you to make a note of this. I'd like to invite all of council and the mayor to the nonprofit Synergy, from them to attend their volunteer happy hour on April 27th at Highside from 4 to 6:30. There'll be appetizers, drinks, and the Synergy folks will be filling us in on their mission and how we can help. They serve the community by making mental health services accessible to our service industry. And that's April 27th, 4 to 6:30, Highside. I also want to include in my report that one of my constituents is a beagle, and I desperately need his off-leash time at Vanderveer to happen ASAP, or there's going to be some real problems. So.
He's going to launch a campaign against you.
You will.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Stevens.
Nothing much from me tonight, just a reminder for everybody just to be with the low water year, with the drought, everything's really dry, be very careful with any kind of fire or anything like that. We don't need any more, we don't need to start up these forest fires, so just be real diligent out there with anything that has to do with anything that causes a spark. Also with the low water year that we're predicting here, like I said, we might have already seen our peak in that river. We're not quite for sure yet, but if you're a big fisherman, make sure you get out early. There's some big talk about, I think it's called the hoot owl. I think it's in fishing. So if you're a big fisherman, get out early before the temperatures get high, because you can stress the fish when you do catch them. High temperatures, low water, with the water not being as cool as it normally is at higher waters. When you do catch the fish, it stresses them out and they cannot recover. So try to get out early when temperatures are still cool if you are a big fisherman, and try not to fish during the hot parts of the day so that those fish have a chance to recoup and survive. Other than that, I want to thank everybody that came out tonight and talked about don't leash Vanderveer, it sounds like. But and that, have a good night.
Thank you. And Councilmember Schreiner.
Speaking of fundraisers, I would also like to invite all my council friends to the Chocolate Lovers Fantasy, which is on April 16th at Mount Princeton. It's a fundraiser for the Alliance, our domestic and sexual violence advocacy organization. The theme is Denim Disco. We're gonna have lots of fun, including many, many chocolate treats, which also include chocolate old fashions and chocolate stouts. There's a silent auction and music by Sad Hands. And in case you did not get enough of me today, I will be singing with the band, so you should definitely come check it out. You can get your tickets at alliancechafee.org, or you can just come talk to me. And that is all I have to say about that.
Okay, thank you for the heads up on that. Really quick, because timing. So it's come up like that when constituents like reach out to a council member that they don't realize if it has to do with ex parte communication, that goes out to all council members. And it's a lot of letting them know like, hey, I know you were just like talking to me, but you're actually, this is gonna go to all of council for that. And I think sometimes it's met with surprise and like, oh, well, I don't know if I want it to be like that. And I think it's just would be important on maybe our website to have maybe like a definition of like ex parte communication, maybe like, on like our contact page on our website, just so that people know like you're not just talking to like the one council member, it's just gonna be forwarded to everybody.
Agree.
Okay, cool. Really quick, so town hall regarding ICE, put on by the Immigrant Partnership Team in Arc Valley Indivisible. It's going to happen Wednesday, the 15th, from 6 to 7:30 at Salida High School Gym. A Chafee commissioner, superintendent, the sheriff, chief, and myself will be there. And hopefully just to clear some confusion and what feels generally chaotic to our constituents as a whole. That is, I really encourage you guys to attend so I can at least look out to you guys in the crowd and feel safe. You know, I do have updates, but it is time to go. And I'll just a reminder that I will update everybody on our discussions about the SRO after we had a meeting with the superintendent and what we thought was ETC. And if anybody can go to like the steam plant listening sessions, I'm going to be going tomorrow, the 8th at 6 p.m. And then there's also one on Monday, the 13th. Attorney report.
Nothing to report, just I'm Michaela Salaji, really nice to be here.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And treasurer report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So our community is facing a historically extreme drought. The river is a big part of our economic engine for our community, and its use has an effect on our sales tax collections. I wanted to let council know that the finance committee is planning to add this concerning situation to our agenda for discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. And the department updates?
The City of Salida was awarded for the 5th year in a row the Distinguished Budget Presentation Award from the Government Finance Officers Association.
Yes. That's everything? All right. Okay, and then...
I move we adjourn.
All right. Do we have a second? All in favor? Aye. Aye. All opposed?
Don't even ask.
No, it's okay.
Instead of going to the event
Are you
tomorrow.
giving out tickets to Chocolate Lovers, like yourself?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean,
Or I can order it on the website.
No, you don't need to do that. Just show up.
Okay.
Basically, I'm putting all of you on a list.
All right.
So if you show up.
I'm just like, if I get turned away at the door, I'm gonna be pissed.